You that are in a standing only room status, I know we're working to get our awards out early and try and get those people that have school tomorrow out of here. In just a minute, we do have one alderperson who we're trying to bring in online. He's sick and we'll be calling it in. But we'll go ahead and get started. This meeting of the Aurora City Council for March 24th, 2026 is hereby called to order at 6:03 p.m. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alderman Barrero.
Here.
Alderwoman Garza.
Here.
Alderman Masiacos.
Present.
Alderman Nunez.
Here.
Alderman Franco.
Here.
Alderman Seville.
Here.
Oh, awesome. Alderman Banuelos.
Here.
Alderwoman Smith.
Here.
Alderman Bogg.
Here.
Alderwoman Bade.
Here.
Alderman Larson.
Here.
Alderman White.
Here.
Mayor Lash is present.
The first thing we need to do is take a special vote to allow remote participation by Alderman Seville, who's requested to participate remotely per Section 2-80 based on a reasonable anticipation of an extended illness. Is there a motion to allow Alderman Seville to participate remotely? Motion was made by Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderwoman Garza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Let the record reflect that Alderman Seville is joining us remotely. Next, is there a motion to approve the appointment of a Sergeant-at-Arms for this meeting? Second. Motion was made by Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderman Franco. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, I'll ask Alderman Masiacos if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And without further ado, I know that all of you came tonight for the exciting mayor's report led by John Segul.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We have a number of recognitions we're going to get to here tonight. We will start with the annual Women's History Month proclamation here for the city of Aurora. Let's clap it up. Round of applause for Women's History Month here in Aurora. Celebrated every March, Women's History Month is a time to recognize the invaluable contributions of women throughout history while also acknowledging the women of Aurora, past, present, and future, who continue to make a difference here in our community. So at this time, we'd like to invite up female members of city staff who are here. They were invited. Any of our older people are welcome to come down. And Mayor John Lash as we read out the official Women's History Month proclamation.
All right.
Round of applause for our City of Aurora women staff members. Great representation here tonight for Women's History Month.
Amazing full house. Okay. Without further ado. Whereas the City of Aurora recognizes the invaluable contributions of women throughout history, honoring their achievements and progress in shaping our community, our state, and our nation. Whereas throughout American history, courageous women and girls have made vital contributions, including marching for and winning the right to vote, campaigning against injustices, and shattering countless barriers, often in the face of discrimination and undue hardship. And whereas these women created a legacy that continues to inspire generations of women to live with confidence, to have a positive impact on their communities, and to improve the world every day. And whereas today, the City of Aurora is proud to have the distinguished women who help lead our city, Alderwoman Wani Garza, Alderwoman Patty Smith, and Alderwoman Shweta Bade, women who provide leadership in our city departments and divisions, who maintain their daily responsibilities at Aurora City Hall. And whereas women in business, education, law enforcement, healthcare, the arts, public service, and government continue to drive Aurora's progress and inspire future generations. Whereas the City of Aurora is committed to fostering an inclusive and equitable community where women and girls have access to education, career advancement, leadership opportunities, and the resources needed to thrive, with groups like Power, Women at Aurora City Hall leading the way. And whereas during Women's History Month, we celebrate and honor the women of Aurora, past, present, and future, who continue to make a difference and whose contributions shape our shared history. Now therefore, I, Mayor John Lash, do hereby proclaim March 26, 2026 as Women History Month in the city of Aurora, Illinois, and salute the women of Aurora who continue to pave the way for future generations, helping our City of Lights to shine brightly. Thanks to everybody here in the city of Aurora.
Thank you again, everybody, for being here tonight. Another round of applause for Women's History Month here in the city of Aurora. Great representation here tonight. So as we shift gears to tonight's second recognition, the spirit of Women's History Month continues to move forward as we welcome the Simmons Middle School Panthers and the Holy Angels Catholic School Thunder, whose 7th and 8th grade girls basketball teams won the annual City of Lights basketball tournament. The champs are here. Round of applause. We'll start with Simmons Middle School. Please come on up. We have Mayor's Awards of Excellence for all of you. You can take some pictures with the mayor, and we'll read out one of those Mayor's Awards of Excellences as well. Congratulations on your big victory.
Any other aldermen want to join us? You're welcome. Alderman Barrero is representing 131. Okay. So this is congratulations to all of our young athletes who represent the City of Lights brightly for winning the 2026 City of Lights 7th grade girls basketball championship as part of Simmons Middle School Panthers. You make Aurora proud. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for the Aurora Panthers. We're going to do a photo, so if you want to just take it out and open it and display it. Yep. Is that what we do?
Round of applause for Simmons Middle School. We'll now invite up Holy Angels Catholic School, the 8th grade City of Lights girls basketball champions.
Yep. So you guys saw what happened. You're going to do the same thing. Can I borrow one? Okay. So all you guys help me is line up. Just line up. Somebody can stand on the back, and then somebody can stand right up here on this line. Make sure that you can all be seen. Girls, come up. Some of yours come over here. Okay, well, it's so fitting that during Women's History Month, we're honoring our two female sports teams for winning the 2026 City of Lights 8th grade girls basketball championship as part of the Holy Angels Catholic School Thunder. You make Aurora proud. I wanted to recognize all of them, and if we could give it a round of applause for the 8th grade girls basketball champions.
Congratulations to Holy Angels, 8th grade champs. Congratulations again to both teams making things happen here in Aurora. Special shout out to our Youth Services Division for putting on the tournament and having all these people come out to be honored here tonight. Round of applause for Youth Services as well. Simon Rodriguez, Kevin Talkington do great work in Youth Services for the city of Aurora.
We do have one more proclamation this evening, but if you do want to work your way out, feel free.
One more proclamation here tonight, and this one is going to go out to a community stalwart who unfortunately did pass away on March 5th. Tony Galves was a proud son of Aurora, who at 6 years old was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which left him with mobility limitations and a reliance on feeding tubes and oxygen masks for the rest of his life, but he never let his condition hold him back. Galves created the San Antonio Foundation, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for children fighting cancer and other life-altering diseases. It served as a true inspiration to all of us who call Aurora home. So tonight we'll invite up the family, Tony Galves, and the alder people as well, to join the mayor up front for the reading of a special proclamation to honor his legacy and what he meant to the city of Aurora.
Some of you guys over here? Okay. So not as celebratory as the previous proclamations, but you know, like a lot of people here in the community attended the funeral for Tony, and I know that Aurora will miss him. And from the large outpouring at the wake service, it's pretty clear that he was loved in our community and will be missed. So we want to recognize Tony Galves as a proud son of Aurora and cherished community advocate, born on March 26, 1988, to Ramon and Antonia Galves. Whereas at age 6, Tony was diagnosed with a rare form of muscular dystrophy, which left him with mobility limitations and a reliance on feeding tubes and oxygen masks for the rest of his life. Whereas Galves' condition never defined his legacy. As he became a stalwart in the community, creating the Antonio Foundation to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for children fighting cancer and other life-altering diseases. Whereas Galves served as an inspiration to the city of Aurora and beyond, working hard to take care of those in need while showcasing significant perseverance and compassion in the face of adversity. And whereas on March 5th, Tony Galves passed away, leaving a huge hole in the hearts of his family, friends, and the community. And whereas the city of Aurora expresses its heartfelt gratitude to Tony Galves for his extraordinary efforts, immense contribution, and selfless service to the community, I, Mayor John Lesh, congratulate Galves on his outstanding accomplishments and do by posthumously proclaim his birthday, March 26, as Tony Galves Day in the city of Aurora in perpetuity, ensuring that his life will never be forgotten and his memory will be eternal.
Thank you so much to the family of Tony Galves for coming, and for Deputy Mayor Casildo, Casey Cuevas, for helping to organize this and bring this all together. That does it for us for recognitions here tonight. We appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much for investing and celebrating our Aurora community.
We'll just take a minute and allow people that did not show up for the exciting topic of data centers to filter out. Reconvene the meeting in a minute. As people filter out, we'll move to the next section, public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to offer public comment?
Yes, we do.
And would you please read the rules of public comment?
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, all persons shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the council. Under our rules, any person may address the city council for up to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes allotted for all public comment. No person, other than the timekeeper or the chair for the purpose of maintaining order, may interrupt a person recognized for public comment during his or her comments. Members of the City Council shall not engage with nor respond to a speaker during the time set aside for public comment. Staff is directed to follow up with members of the public with respect to any concerns raised during public comment within the scope of the city's authority following the adjournment of this meeting.
Okay, before we get going, I just want to let the rest of the council know we do have an extensive list, which will probably go longer than the 30 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with the names, but if you feel like what you're saying resonates with what somebody previously said in the public and you want to just move to anything unique in your talking points, that'll help shorten it and give everybody an opportunity to speak before the 30 minutes are up. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the first person wishing to offer public comment this evening?
Anonymous Aurora resident.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
You have 3 minutes beginning now.
I'd just like to know if we can count on each and every one of you to come together tonight with a clean resolution and to pass whatever we need to in making sure that we do not have the data centers going into an extension on the moratorium. Because should that happen, in that 30-day period, like I mentioned before, because this isn't our first time we've been up here, I'm not going to rehash all the previous stuff because we've talked about that too much before. But in that 30-day interim period, it is my understanding that anyone who applies for a new data center application does not have to abide by the new, stricter, and more regulatory rules and regulations. So we really need to make a decision tonight. I implore you to do so that we do not have to fall back on another extension on that moratorium. Cyrus 1 is also now trying to infiltrate Sangamon County, which is in Springfield, as another new target. And last week I found out that the data centers are involved in dark money and illegal cryptocurrency activity in that industry. We can do better, and we need our leadership not to fail like those who are in Joliet and Yorkville recently, as they have. This will define your legacy and your history here in Aurora. The opportunity to set stricter guidelines is why so many news channels are even here, because this can set a precedent in the country, as many places are watching to see if Aurora can do the right thing and be leaders to manage this nightmare. We know we can't get rid of data centers because that will never happen. That horse is already out of the barn. But now it's a matter of trying to contain the damage and keeping them in check. Now we can only hope to hold them accountable and minimize the negative impact they have on the community and its closest neighbors. We still have had data centers around, or we have not had data centers around long enough to truly know the long-range impact on air, water, ground toxicity levels, the mental and physical health impacts, etc. We have 4 already existing. We have 5 already in the process. I know that there's 2 portions. How can we manage things moving forward for those new data centers? But we also have to go back and try to put things in place so that we can help our neighbors who are dealing with this on a daily basis. Mr. Whitaker, who is the attorney for Cyrus 1, I wish you would like to take your ball and just go home, because we're here, we are aware of what data centers are about. We were not aware of it earlier, but we're not giving up.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment?
Victoria Pavic.
Ms. Pavic? Is there Victoria Pavic? I'll ask a third time. Is there a Victoria Pavic wishing to offer public comment? Madam Clerk, please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Rick Handel.
Welcome, Mr. Handel.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes beginning now.
I'm Rick Handel, lifelong resident of the city of Aurora, very proudly. Raised a family in the city, was educated in the city of Aurora, worked in the city of Aurora, actually worked for the city of Aurora for 32 and a half years, very proudly. The reason I'm here tonight is I'm going to break the flow a little bit, but I want to compliment the city council in general, Alderman Carl Franco, the mayor's office, including the mayor as a former alderman at large for his efforts, and various city departments that have been involved and continue to be involved in the sound barrier wall for Orchard Road. I was an original resident of the Orchard Valley subdivision, bounded by Orchard Road currently, Greenfield Drive, West Illinois Avenue, and the south boundary of the Factor Company. We moved there in 1981. It was pristine farm field over to Deer Path and Hankus. The city told us at the time Orchard Road would come in 7 to 10 years. It came in 7 years. We worked with the city at the time, Kane County at the time. They were very informative, and they worked with us. In fact, if you know Orchard Road right now, just south of Indian Trail, it cuts a little bit to the west. That was to accommodate our subdivision at the time and keep the noise level a little bit further west, if you will. When we moved in, Orchard Road was 3 lanes, north-south turn lane. It was eventually expanded, and because of our family expansion, we had to move. So we moved in 81, we moved in 93 to bigger housing, but not far away in the Cherry Hill subdivision right down the road. So I kept track of what was going on out there because I was actively involved at the time with our subdivision when I lived there with Orchard Road coming in. And it was finally nice to see over the decades that it was recognized that there would be and has been a noise problem out in that area. And again, I want to thank the city council because you all work together. When an alderman brings something to you, to have something passed. Alderman Frankel, thank you very much on behalf of myself, even though I lived a short way down the road, but I'm sure on behalf of the citizens out there for your consistent efforts to get a sound wall in that area. And my thanks to the city offices that work probably with you, finance, engineering most likely, and probably a couple other offices that I'm not aware of. But city government does work. Sometimes it's not pretty, but it does work. And I just wanted to thank you publicly and your peers on the city council and the various city departments that were involved in this endeavor to get that sound wall in the works and nearing completion out on Orchard Road on the far west side of Aurora. Thank you all very much for your combined efforts, your support of my alderman, Carl Frankel. Carl, thanks for taking that up and dealing with it. I know based on my past city experience working with the city, how difficult these things can be to bring through and finally bring through to fruition. And again, my thanks to the various city departments that were involved. Thank you,
Mr. Handel. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Manuel Fernando Cardoza.
Mr. Cardoza? Mr. Cardoza? Third time I'll ask if Mr. Cardoza wishes to offer public comment. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Ashley Stad.
Welcome, Ms. Stat. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hi, thank you for providing this time for public comment, and thank you to all the City of Aurora staff who have worked on revising local ordinances and proposing changes that protect citizens' resources and pockets. I have a master's degree in environmental policy and almost a decade experience in the water industry. I've also participated in strategic energy management programs and ISO 50001 program development. The revisions requiring both power usage effectiveness and water usage effectiveness standards are a great starting point for creating operational performance standards that seem sustainable. But can we ask for more? Fox Metro is already aiming to offset its power by 40% with solar energy. I think we could ask for more from tech giants with deeper pockets. The proposed 25% peak load or 50% for 15 minutes on-site energy storage seems like a low bar, considering the potential impacts to our electrical grid and energy pricing. Could they provide a microgrid, larger battery storage? Could they bring their own energy? Ultimately, residents shouldn't have to foot the bill. We are already struggling with low-wage jobs and rising costs of living. Additionally, when it comes to a 0.2 water usage efficiency per kilowatt hour, is this protective enough for our aquifers in the Great Lakes? 20 to 40% of the Great Lakes hydrological input is from groundwater, and these groundwater sources are depleting. According to a 2015 Illinois State Water Survey, by 2030, the Cambrian or Division aquifer system that supplies King County will not be able to meet monthly water demands. Aurora will eventually be required to connect to Lake Michigan water, just as DuPage County and Joliet have. How many data centers will we approve before this becomes a closer reality? Withdrawals from Lake Michigan are required to be regulated through the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Basin Water Resource Compact. This requires registration and management of withdrawals of 100,000 gallons per day or more. How do data centers fit into this legally binding agreement? As a resident, I'm deeply concerned that these data center developments are moving too fast for legislators and regulators to adequately protect our natural resources and pocketbooks. After all, water is essential for life.
Thank you, Ms. Stat. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Rick Lawrence.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Lawrence. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
So I guess this week's topic is we don't want data centers. Well, the data centers are coming no matter what. They could be built in Aurora or they could be built in the surrounding communities around us. Joliet's just approved one. It's going to be bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars for the taxpayers. Now, John, you took on $100 million worth of debt since you've been mayor. You said we're broke. You have nothing on the table as source of new revenue to offset the cost of the taxpayers. The data centers seem like they're not asking for anything from us. This nonsense that they're taking our water, they don't build it like that anymore. The one you approved in October covered all the concerns that everybody has raised about their situation. To say that, oh, if you don't build it in Aurora, it's gonna save electricity. They're building in Yorkville, they're building in Joliet. The only difference is they're getting the money and Aurora is not. So we can say we don't want any industry, but what do you want? We didn't want gas station the last meeting. We don't want this, we don't want that, we don't want that. So now we come out, we're all public about, oh, we're gonna do the strictest regulations on data centers. What message does that send to anybody else in the area about developing anything in Aurora? They don't like you, they're gonna restrict the heck out of you. This nonsense about privacy and all this stuff that you're gonna sue them if there's some privacy. Your phone has more information about you than anything that you're gonna find in a data center. That phone knows you went to McDonald's this morning. That phone knows who you called. That phone knows everything about you. You're not gonna sue a data center. But you need to attract economic development for the taxpayers. You don't have a lot of options. The car dealers all went to other cities. The Costco's went to other cities. What's the options here, John? You don't want warehouses. You don't want gas stations. What are you doing for the taxpayers? We pay the highest tax rates in the area. The residential taxpayer always gets screwed in Aurora. You're not offering anything to offset that cost. The ones that were built originally, yeah, they were built in the wrong place and they used old technology and the generators. They're working to fix that. I'm sure that any good negotiator could get those people incredible amounts of money for their homes, probably twice what they're worth, just to solve the problem. But you have to start thinking about the taxpayers here in Aurora. They're getting
Thank you,
killed.
Mr. Lawrence. 3 minutes is up. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Luis Hernandez.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening,
few
Mr.
of you
Hernandez.
guys-
You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Yes, thank you. A few of you guys, you know me. I'm here to help the community for a while. I just moved out for take a break for a little bit. I'm back. I'm back to same thing, help the community. We see like kids right now, they walk away, and I live now close to a school. First of all, I want to start with that. I have pictures with those people selling food, okay, just across the street for the, where's the, I forget the name of the school, in Django, okay? They don't have permit for the city of Aurora and from the health department. I have, and there's the other guy too. He doesn't have permit. How we know this food, is the bag is on the floor and the kids coming out of the school and start eating from there? How we know it? And I asking this guy if he get a permit or not. He said no. Okay. And I asking this lady too. Said no. And when I take the picture, this guy start getting like a little bit worse, not really bad. But she said, hey, why you taking pictures of me? You know who I am? You had to know who I am. Say, you threatened me? Good. And the police officer that was coming over right away right there, they was running. This is my first one. My second one, I know I have 3 minutes, this is the traffic in Django Street, okay? The officer, I was talking to him afterwards, and he said, that's not a traffic. What I take pictures to prove you guys, there's a big traffic right there, and even the assistant of the school, the principal, it was next to this lady selling product, food, and she never asking anything to this lady if they get a permit from the city of Aurora or the health department. Never. And I show up. One of those officers, they got mad at me. I forget her business card to bring it over to mention the name. One name is Omar, one of those officers. So, and also, I have those motorbikes right here. They start making a speeding around the area and the school after hours. Those guys right here, you can see that I'm sitting down here in my house, and I see when they're in front of me, when they say, ready, let's go, ready, boom, and start speeding up. I call the police, they say, nothing we can do. We cannot chase it. My sergeant said we cannot walk out of way of the car and chase them because they can go through the houses or run through the houses. If we take the bikes, the parents can go and pay the fine and get the bikes back, and they still get in the streets. So what is the rules of city of Aurora to control all those kind of situations for our neighbors?
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank
Your
you.
3 minutes is up. I'll ask the deputy mayor to please connect with Mr. Hernandez to take his phone number. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Kevin Lennon.
Welcome, Mr. Lennon. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So Kevin Lennon, I work for CME Group. We're the leading derivatives marketplace in the world. We operate out of 2905 Deal Road, the data center there. We have critical infrastructure there. We are designated by the federal regulators as a systemically important organization. We are heavily regulated by the CFTC, SEC, and the Federal Reserve, and they have high expectations on us for our reliability. So back in 2007, we purchased 2905 Deal Road, and we converted it into a data center, abiding by all the rules at the time. We opened it in 2010, so we've been operating in this data center since for 16 years now. We pride ourselves on being good corporate citizens and good neighbors. We've done, when we built the building, we did a whole series of things to minimize noise. We built enclosures around our generators. We added larger mufflers, essentially, on top of them. We've done extra things to minimize the amount of air pollution from the diesel generators. We have approximately 70 employees that work for CME Group that are residents of Aurora, and clearly their interests are aligned with ours. So I hope that you'll consider that. We're asking that you consider taking all of that into consideration, we did a sale leaseback of the data center to Cyrus One back in 2016. The idea was that they are experts at running data centers, and we were not. Ours is the most easternmost data center of the campus. Like I say, we've been running these generator tests monthly. On Saturday mornings from 9 to 1. We're asking that you allow us to continue to do that. We're willing to make compromises to try to address some of the concerns. We're willing to go to quarterly instead of monthly. We're willing to do extra things to make it more palatable. But it's really important to us, and we also are asking that you make the exception that. So our generators, there's 22 generators for the building. We're a tenant now that we did the sale leaseback. Our generators are in generator barns, these enclosures to reduce sound. And they basically have to be, in order to have the best, most robust test, we need to operate and test them in groups of either 6 or 8 generators. Again, they're enclosed, and we've tried to minimize the amount of sound. The reason that's so important.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon. Your 3 minutes is finished.
Thank you.
Last clerk to please read the name of the next person who wishes to offer public comment.
Laura Evans.
Just so the speakers are aware, we're trying to sort out a little technical difficulty with the green lights. We do have a 3-minute clock that we're sitting here and monitoring closely. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, members of the council, today you have an opportunity to set the standards for data centers in Illinois, as well as the country. City staff approved the data centers next to our neighborhood without fully understanding how disruptive data centers can be. But now you do. Lucky for you, unfortunately for us. And we're here to make sure you don't repeat the same mistakes that you've already made. While staff can only speculate, we're living proof of what these facilities sound like and how they affect the residents. Our property line was 1,074 feet from the chiller wall to our property line and about 1,000 feet from the generators. We hear the sound constantly. I can hear the chiller fans in my yard, in my house. I can hear it in the shower. I hear it all the time. It never goes away. It's just that constant low hum that kills. We know all these numbers, so we should make it farther away. Go with at least a half a mile. The 2,640 feet should be required just to make sure that the noise is lessened. Where are the studies showing that staff recommendations outweigh those of us that are experiencing it with this distance? The noise limits must also be strengthened. We recommend a maximum of at least 50 decibels during the day and 40 at night. It should be lower, but we'll compromise. But also, who will be monitoring the compliance? Who will frequently measure? How will they be measured? And what penalties will be imposed? Without enforcement, these limits are meaningless, and residents are left repeatedly calling police and city officials with no resolution. The constant low-frequency hum is not just an inconvenience, it's also a real psychological and physical effects. Prolonged exposure creates stress, sleep apnea, diminished quality of life. Basically, residents are being subjected to the conditions of torture, similar to what the industrial noise does to our homes. We also need answers for emergency scenarios. Last April, when the transformers failed, we endured 72 hours straight of extreme generator noise. The health and welfare of your residents should be considered when you decide on the details of the ordinances. What protections are in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again. But it will happen again because that's what the generators are for. Thank you for adding conditional use, but please make sure that it also mentions that no harm should be offered to public health, safety, or property values. And the burden of proof is on the applicant, not on the residents. We're also asking for transparency. Learn from what has happened here. Do not settle for the minimum requirements that fail to protect the people that you represent. Set the bar, set it high, and your residents deserve that. Be the standard that other cities and other states are looking at. Do it the right way.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you.
Last clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Keith Evans.
Welcome, Mr. Evans. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Some follow-up comments pertaining to the presentation that John Curley gave last week. Number one, the sound decibel chart that John presented, I don't think that chart is really comparing apples to apples. I believe that it indicated 50 decibels is like the noise of a dishwasher. I guess that's if you're standing right next to it. This is much different than the sound energy produced by 1,480 cooling fans on top of the Cirrus 1 buildings. For example, you'll get 60 decibels from soft background music, which is not the same as 60 decibels from the data center fans. The cooling fans produce a low frequency, which is broadband, a constant irritating hum that the brain focuses on. That's a fact. What's being overlooked is the amount of energy behind the noise, energy that penetrates through the windows and walls. 1,500 fans sounds a lot like a large military plane preparing for a takeoff. The propeller's spinning, but it never takes off. We'll get a break sometimes if the wind is blowing in the right direction. Number two, when the city or an independent contractor performs sound testing on these data centers, how will they know the data centers are actually running all their cooling fans and not just like 20 or 30% of the fans to skip by? Number three, who do we call when we feel the data center is in violation? And will this place be aware of what to do, how to confirm there's a sound violation? If it requires special trained people or special equipment, are they prepared to come out after 9 p.m. or on weekends? Number four, it was mentioned that new data centers will need to have attenuation screens in place. This is another fact. Such screens only block a small amount of sound, which is the sound, most of that sound is coming from the housing, but it really doesn't block the sound coming from the housing units. Most of the noise generated will travel upward from the fans, which is then carried by the wind. 45 decibels can jump to 70 with as little as a 1 mile per hour breeze. Again, that's a fact. What about weekends? Are data centers going to be allowed to get away with 57 decibels during the day when people are out trying to barbecue? Number six, Council mentioned the rights of Cirrus 1, that because they built something, they have a large investment, they now have rights, and we cannot simply take those away. Do you realize what that statement sounded like to us sitting here? What about our rights? We invested in a lot of hard-earned money to build our future. We did not get money from investors looking to make a profit. So why is it okay for Cirrus 1 or any other big businesses to take away our tranquility, our sanity?
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Les Clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Leo Wright.
Welcome, Mr. Wright. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening, everybody. There's a lot been said over the past weeks about what Cyrus 1 has caused to our community. Again, it may not be about all data centers, but this moratorium was put in place because what Cyrus 1 has done to our community and what the city had allowed them to do. They started the fans and the generators with no sound attenuation put in place whatsoever. Not until we started complaining that they started to investigate and get some engineering and then start putting up some temporary sound barriers around the fans. And now they claim that the sound walls around the fans have been completed. Well, there hasn't been any effect, and I believe, Mr. Mayor, you were in our neighborhood this weekend to experience it firsthand. Thank you very much. They say that the walls are up around the generators, and we shouldn't hear them. We got a notice today that they're going to run the generators, so why would they even give us a notice if these sound walls are going to take care of the noise? The last time they ran the generators, they said that we may have to leave our house, and they would even pay us to stay at a hotel, but it has to be in Aurora. I'm sure when the executives of Cyrus 1 come to town, they don't stay in a hotel in Aurora. Curley kept referring to at the last meeting about the sound, 59 decibels should be good. That's what staff believes. Well, who the hell is this staff? Are they sound engineers? Are they audiologists? Do they really know what they're talking about? Or do they just look up things on the internet? I mean, this is a very serious situation we have here, and it's being taken very lightly. There has been, when you put up a new stoplight at an intersection, you get a traffic study. You bring out engineers. When you probably did the sound wall on Orchard Avenue, you probably had an engineer design it and do some sound testing. There was nothing done with this. It was just slapped together. Again, the gentleman from CME stated that there was sound attenuation put up. Maybe around that first building, it was a completely different system. But when Cyrus once started this system, they had nothing. Everything was completely exposed, and there still are generators exposed. You could see them from Deal, and you could see them from Eola. So there's still a lot of work to be done there. You know, going back to studies, was there any health studies investigated, or was any expertise brought in on that? What the long-term effects are from the fumes from these generators and the sound that we constantly hear? You know, Cyrus One claims, they put out statements. They're such good neighbors. Nobody would want them in their neighborhood based on what they did in Aurora. It's a travesty what they did in Aurora. You know, one thing that was brought up last week.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much. Please do the right thing. We not only ask, we demand that you do the right thing.
I'll ask
Thank
clerk
you.
to please read the name of the next.
Kevin Bishop.
And we're close to our 30 minutes, so we'll let Mr. Bishop speak and finish, and that'll be 30 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Bishop. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I'm a supporter of law enforcement. I've donated thousands of dollars to the police department. Also, done police training for the last couple decades. And in my neighborhood, we've had an issue with car burglaries going on. Neighbors came out to go ahead and see who was going up to the car doors and trying to open up car doors. They're going from car to car. A police officer went ahead and stopped me because I was videotaping the person that was going from car to car. I was being polite, standing far away, not inciting anybody, not stating any, not interacting with the person going to the different cars. The police officer stopped me, detained me, wanted to question me. He investigated the situation, found out that I was doing nothing wrong. He stated that he wanted to get my driver's license. Since I wasn't doing anything wrong, I didn't have to give a driver's license. After that, the police officer violently pushed me in the street. I crossed the street legally, peacefully, slowly. He then said I was arrested for jaywalking, and because I wouldn't give him my ID, I was also arrested for obstruction. I went ahead and filled out a complaint with the Aurora Police Department. The police department found out that A, the police officer didn't use any violence, and B, he didn't violate any procedures. Falsifying that I unlawfully crossed the street is definitely that, and pushing me is also violent. It's all on videotape, so you can check. I did nothing wrong. After the police complaint was not taken seriously, I attempted to do something with the Civilian Review Board. There's no way to file a complaint to the Civilian Review Board. I filed a FOIA request to get the procedures for the Civilian Review Board. I was denied access to seeing what those procedures are. Those are supposed to be part of the city ordinance. Additionally, we've had shootings in the neighborhood, drunk driving accidents, and then other DUI incidents. I would call 911 about that. The 911 people refused to take that stuff seriously. They'd be argumentative. It wasn't a shooting, it was fireworks. I filed FOIA requests on that type of stuff. I've tried to file complaints.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
So
Will-
that includes.
Will someone follow up with me?
That concludes. I'll ask the Chief of Staff or Deputy Chief of Staff take your contact information because it's not
Mr.
on
Mayor.
here. Alderwoman Smith, or Alderwoman Bade, sorry.
I wanted to make a motion to let all the speakers speak.
Second.
So there's a motion on the floor to extend a public comment period to allow the 7 remaining speakers to share their comments. Motion was made by Alderwoman Bade, seconded by Alderman Larson. Any discussion on this
Yes.
motion? Alderman Bug?
Yeah, you have to reset the time, so it's 3 minutes per speaker or a set time.
So we have that just concluded 30 minutes of the set time. I've been resetting my timer on my watch, on my clock, so.
I'm saying so that future speakers aren't unlimited. We need to,
Well-
in this motion, set a new time frame.
Well, in 7, they should get it before 7 times 3 is 21 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we need to state that it will be 3 minutes. She didn't say that in her motion.
Okay. So we would be asking the public just to limit their comments to 3 minutes under the rules for public comment as they pertain. Any other discussion? Ask clerk to please call the roll on the motion and second.
Ferrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Bade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
The motion is approved. We'll continue with public comment for the next 7 speakers. You'll be limited to 3 minutes. Please feel free to read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Brian Castro?
Welcome, Mr. Castro. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Good evening, councilmen and women. My wife and I live at Ground Zero. We call it Ground Zero because we're the closest home to Cyrus 1, Building 3. We've been living in that home now for 19 years. In 2010, when CME put that first warehouse, repurposed that first warehouse for a data center, it was of no problem to the neighborhood. The generators would run every now and then. There'd be a little bit of noise, but it didn't take long to get that resolved. There was no other noise that was bothering any of the homeowners. Then they added Building 2 onto the warehouse. Fortunately, they put that building close to Deal Road and kept it away from the homes. But the problem became a real big problem when Building 3 was built, put on the Prairie Path, and put as far back on that property away from Deal Road as it could possibly be. And it was bigger than the first 2 buildings together. It is a noise maker that isn't getting any quieter. It's a problem. The walls that have gone up, the attenuation that have gone up, nothing has quieted the noise. On Sunday, just 2 days ago, Sunday, the noise was as loud as it's ever been. And people in the audience here were hearing it a mile away. It's very disturbing. All I can do, we didn't get the opportunity to do what people are doing here tonight because we never had a chance to stop what Cyrus 1 did with Building 3. It's too close to any homes. We really need to keep a distance between homes and these buildings. Yes, it's progress. Not a whole lot of money coming out of these data centers. When you compare it to the property taxes that Aurora residents pay, it's peanuts. And it's not worth the quality of life degradation that we're all having to face. I would encourage any of you who want to take a weekend and spend it at Camp Castro to come by. I'll put you up for the weekend and you can experience exactly what none of you would want to have in your backyard. I encourage you to do whatever you can to put some really restrictive guidelines on any data centers that come to this town. Best to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Marcy Kirsch?
I'll give you a 1-minute warning. How's that?
I might be done before then.
You might.
Thank you.
You have 3
for
minutes
having me.
beginning now.
Okay. My name is Marcy Kirsch, and my family and I have lived in Stonebridge and Aurora for over 32 years. I live approximately 1 mile from the Cyrus 1 data facility. At a previous meeting, I shared the nightmare of living near data centers, and I'm back again tonight to encourage the city of Aurora to permanently ban the construction of future data centers. While I am slightly encouraged that the city has planned to extend the data center moratorium, I am dismayed that that the city has clearly not listened to Aurora residents. We do not want any more data centers. In reviewing the zoning ordinance text amendment 26-0112, it is evident that the city does not fully understand the negative physical and mental damage that the constant droning noise of data centers causes to local residents. In their proposed amendment, the city suggests that there should be, quote, clear day and nighttime noise limits at facility property line, and recommends that decibel levels be restricted to 59 decibels during the day and 49 at nighttime. Wow, that sounds great on paper. However, what about the other properties of sound that are being completely ignored? As anyone living near the Cyrus One data center can tell you, the constant unbearable noise that permeates our yards, our homes, our brains is a low-frequency, incessant hum which can only be compared to torture. Low-frequency noises between 63 and 250 hertz, which is exactly where data centers operate, is not detected by standard decibel readings. Yet measuring hertz is not even discussed in the city's proposal to regulate data centers. What is discussed is a woefully inadequate suggestion that data center components such as chillers or generators, quote, cannot be located within 1,000 to 1,500 feet of any residential, hospital, or educational use measured from the property line. What about the fact that sound travels? And low-frequency sounds have been scientifically proven to travel incredibly long distances that are measured in miles, not feet. Low-frequency noises, exactly like those created by data centers, have larger wavelengths, and they bend around obstacles, walls, and are not easily absorbed by the atmosphere. This explains why the Cyrus One sound wall, their immature landscaping, and any sound mitigation strategies that do not consider hertz or frequency are and will continue to be absolute failures. As a resident, a taxpayer, and a voter, I do not understand why the topic of discussion is, how do we make it better for data centers to come to Aurora? When the true topic of discussion should be, how do we mitigate the damage already done and keep data centers out of Aurora? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirch. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Lynn Farmer.
Lynn Farmer. Take your time. Welcome, Ms. Farmer. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Hello. Okay. This is not going to take long. And I came here to ask, actually initially, do any of you council members live near a data center? And when it was going up, I'm actually like around the corner from Cyrus One, and they are currently digging up. Actually, I have flags in my yard for electricity, sewer, and water. Although I asked ComEd, are you going to be digging in my yard? And they said no. But here's the thing. I was reading articles about it, and but the former Mayor Irving pointed out that once built, Cyrus One will contribute $1.1 million a year in property taxes and another $1 million in utility taxes for a total of about $20 million over the next 10 years. Great, okay, because I don't want to be paying taxes for it. And then I also read that the city and Cyrus One negotiated a deal in which the company paid Aurora $1.5 million to compensate for the change in land usage that they're currently using. And so my question is, where did that $15.5 million go? Okay, my only thing is, data centers, they're not going to stop. Okay, I realize that, because I'm an old person, I've been here for a while. But how is Cyrus One contributing to the local community? What charities do they support locally? What charities do they support locally in Aurora, in the communities? How is the company giving back to the local community, the Aurora community? I've read their news articles, and they talk about the charities that they participate in, that they're not local, they're not in Aurora, they're in other parts of the state. So will the local communities be looking at tax breaks, or are we just absorbing more cost from big business? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Julie Mraz.
Welcome, Ms. Mraz. You have 3
Thank
minutes
you.
beginning now.
Good evening. I get that we need to balance the legal aspects of data centers along with the impact that they have on the community. I have 3 points I want to make: distance, decibels, and compliance. First, distance. The most effective first line of defense. The most reliable way to prevent noise, diesel, and vibration impacts is distance. Everything else is an attempt to manage a problem after it already exists, which we also need. When facilities are placed too close to residential areas, the city takes on a permanent enforcement burden, monitoring complaints and disputes. Clear distance requirements are different. They are objective, defensible, and prevent conflict before it starts. I support Alderwoman Bates' amendment, which would require a half-mile minimum separation from residential areas. This ensures a strong first barrier while still allowing data centers to operate. 2, noise standards must reflect real-world conditions. Proposed limits assume predictable sound, but our lived experience shows otherwise. Does the modeling consider how wind carries noise? How about a 10-mile-an-hour wind versus a 15 versus a 20? The nearby data center already exceeds proposed limits. At my home, 2 blocks away, we measure about 50 to 75 decibels depending on the day. The low-frequency noise is a public nuisance. I propose 49 decibels a day, 39 decibels at night at the property line. We should have continuous noise monitoring on streetlights, someone recommended, in the closest subdivisions, which is published daily, weekly, on a website neighbors can access. We need a dedicated city official to review the data and act immediately. Third, enforcement must have teeth. Standards matter only if enforced. Like regulations in Florida, I'm proposing fines scaled to facility size for meaningful compliance. For the first 30 days, a warning only, no fines applied. The next 30 days, $1,000 a day per unit. For example, if there's 3 generators, 5 cooling units, and 20 rooftop units, that's 20 units. So $1,000 per day times 20 units, that's a $20,000 a day fine. After 60 days, a $5,000 per day per unit. That, in this situation, would be $100,000 if still unresolved. Kind of getting teeth to these data centers that are making the big bucks. After 90 days, injunction. The data center would no longer be able to operate until they can comply. This is not about stopping data centers. It's about ensuring they operate responsibly, comply with real-world conditions, and do not burden neighborhoods. I urge the City Council to adopt all 3 measures together: distance, decibels, and compliance. And since my 3 minutes aren't up, I also want to know what more you can do about Cyrus One.
Thank you,
I honestly
Roz.
just can't take it anymore.
Thank
I
you.
was sitting outside this past Friday,
Your
and
3
after
minutes is up. Sorry.
20 minutes,
Thank you. I'll ask clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment.
Paul Jaskowiak.
Paul? Jaskowiak? Sorry if we butchered your name. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, my name is Paul, and I gotta say my piece in dip because I got homework, but we all know that data centers are giant heat exchangers. They use ceiling fans, chillers, diesel generators. The vibrations caused by this heavy-duty industrial equipment can couple with the building structure, turning the facility into a giant speaker cabinet that pushes low-frequency sounds into the ground and air, already more so than what they already generate. These low-frequency waves, or infrasound, are sound with low frequency. Humans can't hear it. Now, it's been observed with natural phenomena such as earthquakes, volcanoes erupting. That's why you see animals preeminently fleeing sites of natural disasters. Okay, so you can't hear it, but it's still a wave of vibrations that penetrates materials, and it's hard to contain due to long wavelengths. So barriers like bushes and trees, dirt mounds, fences, walls, ineffectual. Try soundproofing a tsunami, you can't. So, it also travels pretty far. The audible sounds can be heard from roughly a half mile to a mile away or more, but while infrasound travels even further than that, it can travel around 2 miles, and in certain conditions at night when the air is still and traffic dies down, sound can actually be refracted back down to the ground instead of dissipating into the air. through a process known as atmospheric ducting from temperature inversions. Now, medical research and sound studies have shown that infrasound can cause feelings of awe or fear in humans. A scientist at Sydney University's Auditory Neuroscience Lab reports growing evidence that infrasound may affect people's nervous systems by stimulating the vestibular system in the ear, which has been shown in animal models to equate to about seasickness. Lo and behold, what are we seeing here from people living near data centers in Texas and Memphis? Symptoms of anxiety, discomfort, fatigue, nausea. I'm not a scientist, but I can put two and two together. And without proper research and cautious regulation, it would be foolhardy to rush a data center into areas packed with residentials, commercials, and industrial work zones. We're talking lawsuit of the century. We're talking about the health and well-being of people and generations to come. Through your powers, make it a business blunder to place a data center in Aurora and tell these short-sighted, greedy individuals looking to build these things to look somewhere else for their noxious facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Will ask the clerk to please read the name of the next person wishing to offer public comment. Mr. Abid Chowdhury.
Rectify how you pronounce my name first, you know. It's Abhijit Chaudhary.
Abhijit?
Abhijit Chaudhary. All right.
I didn't recognize the J, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. I think Julie actually read my mind and she spoke all the points that I had to, so I agree with her. But I would like to add to that. I do support that the data center should be as far away from the resident. I mean, we started with around like 2.5 miles, but now I think we are back to half a mile. I think we can compromise that. But at the same time, I strongly support restricting data centers to M2 zoning only. And I respectfully urge the City Council to adopt the recommendation already made by the Aurora Planning and Zoning Commission in their meeting. That's one thing. Now, the second thing is about the noise. We said that we have the more restrictive noise levels, but that's not true. Bloomington does a much better job than us. They have a low frequency noise levels that they have actually proposed, and that is 50 decibel at the property line, 35 decibel at 25 feet, and 30 decibel at 50 feet away from the property line. I think we can do better than that. If not, at least adopt that. Thirdly, the enforcement thing. I mean, we cannot dig out the Cyrus One data center from here, but I strongly believe that existing data centers need to comply with the ordinance that we are passing. If they need some time, we can give them time, but they need to comply with the ordinances. We cannot have 8 data centers not complying with us, the new ordinance, and all the new data centers, they have to comply with it. That's not fair to them. That's not what we want. The best way is to regulate them, and the old data centers, they need to comply with the new regulations. Now, I do understand that we are under pressure to act before the moratorium expires, but adopting the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to place the data centers in M2 zonings and pairing that with clear noise standards like those used in Bloomington and proper enforcement criteria is exactly how city reduces legal risk while still allowing responsible development. Taking a little extra care now will prevent much bigger problems later. And lastly, most of you actually campaigned on green initiative. And that is exactly what we are asking from you. You are doing a good job by looking into all the ordinances from the other cities and the counties. But trust me, the best advice that you are getting is from the residents who are experiencing the various issues living next to the data center. I think common sense would dictate that you give more weightage to our experience, and please do the right thing. Again, thank you, and I hope you guys will really do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. I'll ask the clerk to please read the name of the last person wishing to offer public comment.
Danielle Fisher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome, Ms. Fisher. You have 3 minutes beginning now.
Thank you. Thank you again for letting us talk and our input. Much appreciated. I've sent some emails. I hope some council members got a chance to read them. Thank you, Councilman White, for responding. One of my biggest concerns is still proper disposal of the contaminated water, that it is not just being discharged because the water treatment plant cannot filter the types of toxins that they produce. Noise, again, is a big one, which you've heard plenty of times tonight. The regulations allow 59 decibels. I was at Cyrus 1 today, and Channel 5 News wanted to do some interviews. They asked what I thought of the proposed regulations, and I was honest. I said I didn't think they were strict enough. Today, a resident behind Cyrus, Brian, he's here, his registered at 61 decibels. It was very annoying. The new regulations allow for 59. That's not much less. Staff feels the farther away, the less audible it will be, but a resident today at the same time registered about 60. She was about 1,200 feet away. When the wind blew, hers registered at 60. So that theory is wrong. There's another interesting fact is another guy that is farther away, more southwest of the data center, can hear it louder where he lives even. So my point is sound travels and it jumps around. In these situations, it didn't get reduced. In fact, it increased when the wind blew. So two people here also mentioned there's another type of sound, infrasound, which you can't hear, but it's damaging. It can cause seasickness symptoms. It can travel about 2 miles. I've read that enclosing the rooftop chillers reduces the noise, so if you could please consider doing that, that might keep some of the noise down. I saw a video clip from CBS that said City of Aurora is planning to put the strictest regulations on data centers in the state and if not the country. I don't know where they got that or, but I mean, I don't really feel that's true, but you definitely could be the leader. That would be awesome. Please only allow them in warehouse zoning. Someone else mentioned that too. Lower the decibels, increase the distance from residential. They shouldn't be allowed to negatively impact the environment and reduce residents' quality of life. Please care more about the environment and residents rather than being sued by a data center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And that concludes public comment section. Next, we will hear both the consent agenda and the direct to council consent agenda in full. I'll ask the clerk to please read both agendas in full.
250795, a resolution authorizing a one-year contract with Air One Equipment for the purchase of protective gear for the fire department in an amount not to exceed $316,000 with 2 optional one-year extensions. 260076, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to enter into an agreement with LDV Custom Specialty Vehicles for the construction of a negotiator vehicle for the APD Crisis Negotiator Team in an amount not to exceed $200,000. 260091, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to purchase services for Amendment 5 of the System Maintenance Agreement with L3 Harris for $284,189. 260098, an ordinance amending Chapter 6, Alcoholic Liquor, Section 6-2 Definitions, and Section 6-8 Classifications of the City of Aurora Code of Ordinances. 260137, a resolution authorizing the Director of Purchasing to enter into an agreement with Schroeder Asphalt Services in the amount of $1,058,300 for the 2026 citywide pavement patching for water and sewer maintenance. 260138, a resolution to award the Star Avenue Water Main Replacement Project located in Ward 1 to Girardi Water and Sewer in the bid amount of $467,106. 260154, an ordinance prohibiting the use of groundwater as a potable water supply by the installation or use of potable water supply wells or by any other method. 260155, an ordinance approving the acquisition of certain real property generally located on the east side of North Farnsworth Avenue, north of Bilter Road, by eminent domain or otherwise. 260170, a resolution consenting to a short-term lease extension until the end of 2026 to FR2 at the Aurora Airport. 260175, a resolution authorizing emergency procurement for interim transportation services with GoGo Grandparent for the City of Aurora Ride Solution Transportation Program through August 31st, 2026 in an amount not to exceed $150,000. 260179, a resolution approving reduction number 1 for Medina of Aurora Village Green Subdivision, Unit 24, Lot 3, 2931 Village Green Drive. 260182, a resolution approving reduction number 1 for Fox Valley Mall Phase 2 Residential, 195 Fox Valley Center Drive. 260183, approval of the minutes of the Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Having heard both the direct to council and consent agenda, is there a motion to approve both items? Motion one was made by Alderwoman Garza, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Are there any other questions or agenda items that council members would like to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. The consent agenda and direct council consent agenda are both approved. Next, we will move to the item of attention for the evening, unfinished business. I'll ask the clerk to please read the first, second, third, and fourth agenda items, and we'll have discussion on those.
20.
Actually, let's just read the first one, and we can discuss it and
Okay.
move forward.
260092, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora by adding Chapter 50, Aurora Responsible Data Center Ordinance, and Chapter 51, Data Center Privacy Protection Ordinance pertaining to performance standards and operational reporting requirements for data centers.
Okay, so if, I know, John, we have a few new slides, both you and Allison do. I'm guessing that the council has kind of seen everything that's gone forward. What I've asked staff to do is prepare the changes that are made, and there's a couple slides that they've done to look at some of the potential sound variations that we might have. I'm not sure if you or Allison goes first. And then also there was some questions from the council about revenue. I know there was other questions from the council that we tried to answer. I know Alderman Masiacos had asked for a comparison between this and the state legislation, which was emailed to everybody. So I think we've tried to answer all the emails and questions that were coming all the way up until 15 minutes before the meeting. Go ahead, whoever's first.
Yeah, I'll start, and then I think Allison will talk about some of the revenue questions. So if you go ahead and advance, John. So some of the conversations that we've had with council, wanted to highlight a couple items from the last meeting that there was a desire to highlight a little bit more than we had on the prior presentations. So as you've noticed, the moratorium has been extended. We exercised the 30-day extension that was part of the original moratorium language. So that's already in place, and that's in case your deliberations need to extend past this evening. So that 30-day moratorium would cease either at the end of 30 days or adoption of new legislation that where we didn't need the moratorium in place anymore. And then I also was asked by some of council to mention that there is an existing data center in town which currently meets the proposed PUE and WE standards, so it is a possible standard to achieve, and those are standards that the industry is familiar with. John, if you'd extend again. Go ahead, Ellen.
Yes, thanks. Allison Lindberg, Director of Sustainability. So two of the questions that we have received from council previously were related to the property taxes that we receive from the data centers and also the utility taxes. So this slide shows the property taxes that we received in 2024 for the data centers. On the left side, you can see the address. In the middle column is 2024. That's the total amount of taxes that they pay in property taxes. And then the far right column is the amount of taxes that the city of Aurora actually receives. So you'll see that it's about $400,000 total for all of the data centers currently. And again, that was from tax year 2024. That's what we receive here for the city of Aurora. I will just mention that about 1.25 million of this total taxes goes to the schools. You can go to the next slide.
And that's just for property taxes.
That is just property taxes, yes. So in addition to property taxes, the data centers also generate tax revenue through the utility taxes. I think we call them MUD here, municipal utility duty taxes. And again, on the left side, you see the address. In the next column over, you'll see the estimated megawatts. And I just want to be clear that these are estimates. It has been very difficult for us as staff to actually ensure that these are the proper numbers that these data centers are either building to or are at the capacity that they have reached. So I just want to be clear that this might be inaccurate, but this was our best estimate. The top three are all Cyrus 1, and we only have the information for all three together, which was 90 megawatts. Some of these other data centers are together. You'll see, and we try to coordinate the colors with the maps that you have that show you which ones are constructed already. Those are the ones in orange. The purple ones are under construction. The green ones were submitted prior to the moratorium enactment, and then the blue kind of teal color is that the permit has been issued. So basically, we have 5/4 data centers that are constructed already, that are already paying the full amount of their municipal utility taxes. So that's the last thing I want to mention. So that third column, so the second from the right, is what we think they would be providing to the city at full capacity if they meet all the way up to those estimated megawatts. But in 2026, this is what we're estimated we're actually going to get. And you will see that some of them, the amount is lower than what the estimated at full capacity is, or it's zero. So that means it's either not operational yet or it hasn't achieved full capacity. So for some of these data centers, it can take a couple of years even after construction to get all the way up to full capacity. So those are the numbers that we have for you.
Any questions on the tax portion?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Alderman White.
So on this page, the MUD tax, that's my first time really hearing it. So I'm wondering, does all the tax from the MUD tax come to Aurora, the city of Aurora?
My understanding is that it does.
Okay. And then also just briefly looking up this, is it all for utility infrastructure, or do you know it can be used for anything?
My understanding is that it can be used for anything.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody in finance have a different opinion on that? Okay, that's accurate then. Any other questions? If not, we'll move to the next portion.
So the deliberation at the Committee of the Whole centered around two topics with respect to sound. One was separation distance, and the other was the decibel levels that we're proposing in the ordinance. We've prepared three maps based on a suggestion that we create a buffer distance of a half a mile. This first map shows again, the same kind of methodology we've shown you in the past. It shows the M2 parcels highlighted with red hash marks. The vacant M2 parcels are additionally highlighted with red outlines. And the yellow indicates the half-mile buffer. You can see in M2 there are no locations that would meet that buffer distance. And as we discussed last time, our recommendations for litigation purposes would be that we do not create a separation buffer that would preclude any of these facilities from getting into town. So M2, the scenario on this particular slide shows that there would be no permitted M2s because of that separation distance. Again, I want to highlight on this slide that the buffers that we're showing you are from residential property lines. It does not include educational or hospital buffers that might additionally complicate things a little bit. Additionally, which, well, I'll mention on the next slide. So John, if you'd advance, please. So the next thing you were considering was if, as staff has suggested, still allowing the use within an M1 district with a conditional use. There are some areas that maps the same methodology. The red hashing shows the M1 in this case. The buffer distances are shown in yellow. You'll notice that there's actually two little slivers on the far east side. Those are both part of Meridian Business Park, where it shows that we're not excluding the use entirely in M1 if M1 was to be a conditional use for this use type. I'd also have to add, in addition to the fact that it does not include educational or hospitals, which I don't think affects this. This additionally does not show any unincorporated or residential from other communities. And though in that particular instance on the far east side there is some residential on the north side of the tracks, and our neighbor to the east that if we determined that would add to the buffer would eat into all of the easternmost little sliver that's left and a good portion of the western sliver that's left. And also important to mention here, as there really are not vacancies in those existing parcels. So they're all developed currently, but there is some slivers of M1 left with a half-mile buffer. John, if you'd advance again. So the next part of staff's recommendations was to still allow a conditional use within ORI. This map, same methodology, shows the hashed areas that are zoned ORI in town and the buffer zone in yellow. Same thing applies. There is some residential that might eat into pieces of the two areas that are shown. One is Liberty Business Park, just on the east side of Mitchell Road, in between the Tollway and Butterfield. That's the one on the east. And then we've got the business park way out on the far northwest corner, north of the Tollway and west of Orchard Road. Again, portions of those might be eaten up if we're considering residential in neighboring communities and in unincorporated areas. So there would be some areas potentially in few more areas in ORI that could be developed with that buffer zone, but overall staff is still recommending that we do not. There isn't developable sites within using this buffer zone, and we're still suggesting to use staff's recommendation of 1,500 feet and 1,000 feet that we prepared and presented back in the committee of the whole.
So just for clarity and a summary, what they did was take the half-mile buffer and lay that out in the yellow circles, and the arrows show, this one shows ORI, the last slide shows M1, and then the first slide shows M2. And the arrows indicate where there would be open space, developable open space if we were to have a half-mile buffer.
Correct.
Does anybody have any questions on these slides?
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman White.
So looking at the vacant areas, the areas highlighted in red, are these all the vacant spaces available or the vacant spaces that are large enough to accommodate a data center?
Which slide? So,
all of them. So like
okay.
I look at the current one, ORI, I see all these red areas. So is this all the vacant space available or are these the ones identified that can accommodate the size of a data center?
We did not make a determination on what size a data center could be. This is representing what's available. And actually, in the spirit of your question, there are some properties, this slide in particular, the far to western highlighted vacant properties are actually not developable properties. They happen to be zoned ORI, they happen to be vacant. The westernmost is actually quality wetland right on the southwest corner of the Tollway and Orchard. That will not get developed because it's a wetland. And then the one immediately to the east of that is a detention facility for all of the ORI uses around it, and that also could not be eliminated and thus is not really developable. So in the spirit of your question, there's actually some of these areas that additionally would not be developable based on their current encumbrances on the land.
Okay.
Did you want to go back to look at any of the other slides?
No, this is a good one. So looking at it looks like just looking at the largest estimated megawatt data center, which is 90 megawatts. Looking at this slide, in your opinion, How many data centers actually how many of these spaces actually could accommodate a data center, a larger data center, or do you know?
Well, just looking at the land area, this exhibit actually would help highlight that. So if you look at, if you can recognize the tollway as the light white line that runs through the yellow buffer, it's just north of, well, it's south of my arrows. I think the easiest way to look at it is on the west side of the map, on the left-hand side of the map, find the Orchard interchange, if you see that there, and then follow the tollway further east. Go all the way to the east to the furthest most blue hashed area. That is Eola and Deal. The data center, the largest data centers that we have in town are on parcels in that area.
Okay.
If you look at the triangular area north of the tollway, that's covered in yellow currently, that has that property site can facilitate one of our largest data centers. So you'd be looking for a parcel of that size. And if you look, it would be consolidating existing developed parcels in order to get there based on this map. So it would be very difficult to get a facility of that size on sites available if this were our buffer, the buffer we used.
Okay.
Frankly, it's also going to be difficult if you use the staff recommended buffer as well.
So it sounds like on this map, based on the vacant space, potentially one data center could be added, from what you're saying.
Well, I can't say that because we have data centers that range from 8 megawatts to 90 megawatts.
Well, yeah, so I'm thinking more about the larger ones.
The hyperscale ones, so the 90 megawatts. If we had another 90 megawatt location, there are only a few sites that could accommodate that, many of which would require consolidation of lots and demolition of properties that are already developed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on these maps? Okay, what else do you have for us?
So that's on the separation distance. Again, staff's recommendation still to council is the 1,500 and 1,000 foot buffers that we proposed at Committee of the Whole. The next topic that we talked a lot about at Committee of the Whole was the actual.
Real quick on this,
Yeah.
on the maps. I know that, so the staff recommendation is 1,000 and 1,500 feet.
Right.
Do you have those? I know you have 99 slides total, but
Yeah, we can scroll.
do you want to
we
show?
can scroll to them. You want me to do that?
Does
now?
anybody want to see the maps that were presented at the COW meeting that compare? Yeah, if we could.
Bear with me one second. Let me get to the right spot in the slideshow, and I'll be right back.
Trying to skip going through all 99.
I think we got the right spot. Okay, so these are the slides that were presented at Committee of the Whole. Again, the same methodology. This happens to have two buffer areas shown, though. There's a kind of a darker, I would call it an orange, and then maybe a goldenrod. The orange represents a 1,000-foot buffer from residential uses, and the goldenrod is 1,500 from residential uses. And remember, the proposed ordinance that you have in front of you has two separation distances in it. The 1,500 represents a distance from a rooftop chiller installation. We prohibit rooftop generators in the ordinance as proposed. The the orange color, the 1,000-foot buffer represents ground-mounted equipment for both the chillers and the generators. So if you'll recall from this slide, for M2 uses, we essentially have the same scenario as we had in the previous slide with a half-mile buffer. There really aren't any developable spaces that are left. There's just a tiny little sliver on sites that are on Deal Road, up in the northeast part of that map there. But it's not even the whole site, and you wouldn't be able to put ground-mounted or any rooftop-mounted. So I don't believe that ends up being developable in the end. So that's the M2, and as we talked last meeting at COW, this map, if we limited it to this use, this map was the reason why staff and council are advising that we allow M1 and ORI uses as a conditional use in lieu of what was proposed by commission, which was to solely use the M2 map, because we essentially have excluded this use through the means of a separation distance without just laying out that it's prohibited. So that's the M2 map we looked at last time. Can you advance there? Thank you. The M1 map, this shows, again, the M1 parcels. There is capable sites, although already developed up on the tollway there, in between Eola and Farnsworth. I think O'Cedar Freudenberg is on one of those sites, and there's some of the some additional warehouses that are already developed on those sites there. And then there's a chunk of land again developed, but in Meridian that also would be potentially available for sites, but it would require demolition and redevelopment of sites if it was to go that way. So that's the M1 parcels if you chose to include M1 as a conditional use. And then we can go to ORI. I'm sorry, John. Yeah, there we go. ORI, this map again shows the same buffer conditions, and it does show additional locations where potentially a conditional use could be approved. But again, it also shows most of those sites are already developed. Very few of the sites are undeveloped currently. And again, even on this slide, those two westernmost aren't really developable at all for any purpose. So those are the maps that we considered from Committee of the Whole.
Any questions on these maps?
Mayor Lash?
Alderman Barrow.
Yeah, it seems like most of these lots are not large enough for a large data center. It makes it look like there's more available land that could be used for data centers when really you're showing things that aren't going to be, usable for data centers. So it just makes it look like I think the public is concerned when they see all this red. I don't know if there's a way to show it differently, but it doesn't. To me, it doesn't. When you add all the different things, the distances and such, I don't think in the acreage that's required. I mean, you look at Joliet, and they had a data center 800 acres. Mm-hmm. Yorkville 1,000 acres, and now looking at a second one for 500 acres. I just don't see that. These look like postage stamps.
Yeah, well, you're right. We're not going to see data centers of those sizes here. We don't have the land available to do it, no matter what district you would approve it in. The only way you could develop something of that size is you would have to aggregate a good portion of these areas that are hashed. They're already currently developed. You'd be knocking down buildings that exist. You'd be consolidating lots. You might be wiping out right-of-way in order to accommodate that and changing a bunch of utilities. So you're absolutely right. We're not going to see these really large campuses like we're seeing at other places in the region.
Alderwoman Smith.
Yes, John, am I right in seeing that ORI, like at Orchard and Sullivan and up in that way, they could be a bit larger? And what size properties are those in comparison to where like Edges, like that's a 30 acres that is on Eola Road. So if we're looking up.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman Smith, I didn't catch the example that you made was what?
Edge.
Oh, Edged, okay.
Edged, which is a 30-acre property, right? And they're building two there, one's done, and they're building another, that's 30 acres. I'm just trying to get a feel for what these two far west sizes are.
Tracy, do you remember the acreage for Edged? Was it 26
yes,
acres?
she told me that, and I didn't write it down, Tracy, I'm sorry.
Tracy Basic, Director of Zoning and Planning. The Edged property is a little over 30 acres.
Yes.
And then if you want to compare that to what is hashed on that left-hand side, that far portion that kind of sticks out, that's about 30 acres right there.
So is that Orchard and Sullivan, or the
That's actually
Gateway?
Orchard and Gateway.
Okay, so that has about 30 acres, and then what about
Yeah,
Orchard
well,
and
so
Sullivan?
just that little portion. So then there is another, the middle portion is kind of it's already a huge, distribution warehouse. And then above that, they would have another warehouse there. And then to the west of that is detention.
So only one in that particular
So
area.
I think there's 2 vacant kind of
Okay.
in that area, but they're about 10 acres each.
So the Orchard and Sullivan, which hugs up against 88, that's about 10 acres?
Orchard and Sullivan, yeah,
Ish?
ish.
And the Gateway's about how much? You'd
The
say-
Gateway is probably, I don't want to tell you the wrong acres.
Approximately.
So, that little portion that is off to the west, and if I can point to it, maybe, let me come point to it for you. And
Well, this little guy.
Can we use the mouse on this?
maybe,
There's only 2. There you got it. They got it. So what size do we think that is? Not very big. The bottom line is not very big.
All right, that's Vision Court, north of the tollway.
Yeah.
that little square is about 30 acres.
Oh, okay, bigger than we thought. And then what about the quarry area?
That's about 50 acres.
But it has some things around it though, correct?
Yeah, so there is some residential around it, so that would cut off a portion of what they could actually use for the generators and for the chillers.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the maps? Now we're going to move
real
up.
quick.
Alderman Masiacos.
Mr. Curley, welcome back. I know you came back from some personal time to come here and be with us, so appreciate the sacrifice on behalf of the residents here in the City Council. My question to you is, can you, and just following up on what Alderman Barrero mentioned, do you have a number in regards to how many developable sites we have right now between these 3 zoning districts with a half-mile buffer?
With a half-mile buffer?
Or is
How
it-
many sites?
Or, no, I'm sorry, what is it, 1,200 or?
Oh,
1,000?
1,500 and 1,000. Well, these would be the maps. Again, it depends on which underlying zoning category you're in. The quarry is probably the largest site that is available here that could have some development that is not yet developed. And then the other larger sites are the ones that Alderwoman Smith highlighted on the far west side of town, north of the tollway. There's a couple sites there, but again, that would be some demolition and some repurposing of land.
All right, so we're talking about 3 sites right now.
If ORI was added to the list of conditional uses, yes.
Right. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, okay.
If we limited it as the Plan Commission suggested, there are none
Okay.
to M2.
Okay, so right now we're talking about 3. And are those 3, in addition, just out there available than the applicants we have in a docket right now, in addition to?
I'm sorry,
There are 4 applicants right now?
Yes.
Right. So those are separate properties?
That's correct.
So
That's
there's
correct.
4 properties planning a development in town.
Right.
And at the end of the day, we have about 3 viable ones right now only after that. Potentially, if we accept all 3 as conditional uses, all 3, M1, M2, and ORI.
That's correct. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that the applicants that we have that came in before the moratorium are all substantially smaller data centers than the large data centers we're talking about over on Eola Road.
Okay.
Substantially smaller.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions
One
on the
question.
maps? Alderman Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, so looking at this map compared to the half-mile buffer map, it looks like the the main thing is the quarry that would be excluded. Do we think that would be enough to push us over the line into being considered exclusionary zoning legally? Yeah.
Trying to follow the map.
That's okay.
Can we go to the site on the map?
Yeah, it's that one right by the river, the quarry.
First of all, are you asking about the half-mile map or the?
Well, I guess I'm
this map?
asking about the difference. So the map that we have here, about maybe 40% of the quarry is within that 1,500 foot
okay.
buffer, and then in the half mile, it would all be excluded. That seems to be the one main difference in a property that can actually be developed on. Do we think that would be enough to push us over and make us lose in court as exclusionary zoning?
Well, I mean, the issue with the half mile is it's not. Sorry. The issue with the half mile is it's not just the quarry property, because it's, I appreciate that Mr. Curley and that his staff has put together the map showing you the vacant parcels. But the exclusionary zoning is not really about the vacant parcels, because buildings can be demolished and rebuilt, right? So that's not really pertinent to the vacant, to whether or not they're outlined in red in here. The problem becomes that with that half mile buffer, what we're left with is is looking at areas that, if you add the North Aurora residential, which the way the ordinance is drafted, that would also count, within the feet. We could amend the ordinance to not consider North Aurora or unincorporated residential. That's an option. And also, so that piece there would be excluded. So really all you're looking at, what's left, is a sliver in M1. I think there's a sliver in M1 that Mr. Curley has two arrows pointing at, and then you're looking at a sliver on the far west side over by Orchard. Those are the only properties that are not within 25 or 2640 feet of residential. I think the other arrow that's in the middle of the page on the ORI is adjacent to residential in North Aurora, so that would be eliminated by the zoning ordinance as written. So the issue with that is that exclusionary zoning. I think it's pretty darn close. I mean, I'm willing to argue it's not, because there are lots available, but it's very restrictive.
Any other questions on the maps? John, you ready to talk about sound?
Yeah, and the next topic was decibel levels. John, if you would go all the way back to the top of the presentation. I think we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th slide, I believe. Okay, so just a recap on what was presented at Committee of the Whole. And we were debating the decibel levels that staff had recommended. The recommendation at Committee of the Whole was 59 decibels at the daytime, and this is at the facility property line, and 49 decibels at nighttime on the facility property line. So I took some time, and you have some exhibits that show how the decibel levels changed according to distance, and I'll talk about that a little bit. And the next slide, I wanted to respond to Alderman Bugg's question from Committee of the Whole as well. I'm sorry, it's the following slide after the next slide. So a little bit more information on sound, and I had mentioned that the decibel scale is not a linear scale, so each decibel is actually a more substantive decrease or increase than it might seem at first blush. And I found a chart the chart you saw on the last page. But I wanted to highlight that on this particular reference material, it shows that if you took 70 decibels as your arbitrary base of comparison, at 60 decibels, you're half as loud as 70 decibels. So it might seem like you've gone down, what would it be? It'd be great. It would be 13% or some 15% maybe if you did it by percentage, if it was a linear scale, but it's not. So you from 70 to 60, it's half as loud. From 70 to 50, you're a quarter as loud. From 70 to 40, you're 1/8 as loud. And from 70 to 30, you're a 16th as loud as the generating noise of 70. So I just wanted to talk that through with everyone so they understand that the decibel scale is not linear and that each decibel represents more than you might think, because we all think in a linear scale for most of the stuff that we do. I think that kind of covers that. The other thing I guess I'd highlight on this one is I was asked a question by Alderman Bugg last meeting, and there is a reference here I found for the noise of a freight train at 50 feet, which is 80 decibels, and I used that in the next slide, John, to demonstrate noise from a freight train. And again, I want to reemphasize, as I did at last week's meeting, that I understand the desire for this comparison and the intensity of the noise, but I do believe that the noise, the characteristic of this noise is quite different from constant noise, and that's part of what I think you've heard from public comments for the last few weeks as well. But the comparison, in order to understand the intensity, I think is a valuable exercise, and I appreciate being asked the question. So there's a few rules of thumb for noise and this inverse square law that I used to calculate. I gave you a spreadsheet with a bunch of different decibel levels on it and what happens to the sound over distance. So across the top of that chart, you'll see the distance is increasing. It happens to be doubling. It happens to be doubling as you go across the top. The reason for that is the rules of thumb that apply down below. So I used two rules of thumb and the actual calculation to demonstrate that the calculations are all kind of aligning amongst the three different ways of looking at sound. On the right, there's probably a little more physics lesson here than anyone had planned on. Sorry about that. The bottom graph, I think, is the most illustrative of of how sound dissipates over distance, and you can see the closer you are to the noise that's being produced, the more of a curve that you're on, and the further away it becomes more linear. So as the distance is increasing, your decrease is becoming more linear and less of the dramatic curve as you move further away from the sound. So back to our freight train, at 50 feet from the last table, that indicated that we're at 80 decibels at 50 feet. In our scenario that we're proposing as the staff recommendation, that 80 decibels ends up being 54 decibels at 1,000 feet and 50 decibels at 1,500. And that's the highlighted yellow there. You can see how it drops off as the distance increases. I took some snippets to make this easier for everyone to see in the public, but you can see the chart all the way from 100 to 5,000 square feet and what's in the Legistar for you. Anybody have any questions on that one?
Yes.
Alderman Barrow.
My question is, there was a gentleman that mentioned Bloomington having a lower decibel levels. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I found that comparison from the same gentleman was sent to us here late in the afternoon. I unfortunately was traveling back to work at the time from an off-campus training. In looking at Bloomington's ordinance, it was changed relatively recently towards the end of 24 into 25. They've focused on a sliver of sound again as their low threshold of 50 decibels. So I would need to analyze exactly what thresholds of sound that low parameter is based on for Bloomington, but I want to remind everybody, we're adopting Aurora's ordinance for simplifying what is occurring so that everyone in the public can walk around with handheld meters and not have a very expensive piece of equipment that Illinois' law requires. Illinois' law still applies. So what I need to compare is what Bloomington's law is in relation to what the Illinois Pollution Control Board's law is, and if they're similar, our ordinance might be accomplishing the same thing when you overlay the two.
One other thing as we go into the sound discussion, a data center out that has been identified as one that's causing problems, and they are working to mitigate the sound around the rooftop chillers. We did meet with Josh Ream this morning, and it's my understanding they haven't put the top on it. I mentioned that because that came up in public comment as well. But so everybody on the council is aware that the mitigations to that data center are not complete yet. I don't know if you have any update on that.
No, that's accurate. I could add a little color to that if you'd like. So what's occurred with the mitigations of the current facility that we've been getting complaints about is the attenuation walls have been put in place. They're nearly done with the second data center. They're done with the third data center. But it's really important to understand that those improvements were the smaller improvements that are planned to take place here this year to mitigate the problem. The next thing that's going to happen is there's sound attenuation devices that are going to sit on top of every fan. It's essentially a baffle system that attempts to disperse the sound and eat up some of the sound before it leaves the actual contraption sitting on top of the fan. And as the engineered studies that we've been provided show, the sum of all of those improvements will match the Illinois Pollution Control Board's standards. That was provided to staff to evaluate when the remediation permits were issued, and we're going to ensure that those meet those standards before we ultimately accept all of the remediation, and also evaluate that as part of the violations before we consider them to be cured.
And can you play just a little bit of talk about the sound engineer that did that study, just so the council's aware of the process you used to come up with, that they used actually?
Yeah, so there are sound engineers that work very specifically on these type of issues. The data center that we've cited for violations has engaged a company called Ramble. They prepare what ends up being a sound modeling study that shows here's all the improvements that we are going to undertake for the project, and then run it through a virtual analysis, and it indicates what the decibel level is at rubber bands as you jump further and further away from the facility. So again, this kind of gets back to the modeling I was saying before. It would be very difficult for us to engage somebody to do virtual modeling on a model that we don't possess. It's a computer model that exists. And again, on the tail end of this project, when the remediations are indicated to be correct and they provide us some information that it's been cured, we'll have the ability to go back and ensure that there's a actual in-place test that demonstrates it's fully compliant with the standards that we can insist on that particular project.
Okay, I know you have more. I just wanted to hit that because it was asked in public comment.
So that's the comparison to, I'm sorry.
Did you have your light on, Alderman Masiacos?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Just to continue on that thought, because the residents earlier in public comment brought up that subject, but also frequency.
Frequency of testing?
No, just the frequency, the hertz that was brought up. I mean,
yeah. So
that's another element here that they're talking about.
It is, and again, the Illinois Pollution Control Board is set up in 9 octave bands, so it isolates the different frequencies, and that's what I need to compare with the number that he's provided from Bloomington to see if that Bloomington number is a higher number than the state number. Again, we're going to end up insisting on the state number anyway, as Bloomington would have the right to do as well. but I'd need to understand how they defined low frequency. The reason the Illinois Pollution Control Board standards are so difficult to measure is you need instrumentation that can isolate each one of those bands. And there is a varied number for the decibel levels within each of those bands that decreases when sound is more objectionable or noticeable from human beings. So what I really would need to compare what the state has to what
Do
Bloomington.
you have any idea how long you would need to do that? How much time?
I don't think that would take long. I just unfortunately found that out as I was driving back today.
Okay, all right. Because the message that I'm hearing from the residents over there by Cyrus One is they do need help, but one of the more important things that they're mentioning, and what I'm hearing from them, is don't let it happen to anybody else either.
Understand? Staff hears that loud and clear.
All right.
Any other questions? I know we have a little bit more to get through and a few more sound-related slides, correct?
Right. John, if you'd advance again a slide. So again, using that same kind of methodology for the freight train, what was recommended at Committee of the Whole was a 59-49 daytime, nighttime standard for decibels. I had indicated at Committee of the Whole, as I was sure that I would be less than 40. In the daytime, the math ends up being for the daytime decibels at 1,000 feet is 39, decibels at 1,500 feet is 35.5. And during the nighttime, as I indicated, it would be substantially lower than 40. That 49 decibels during the nighttime would end up being 29 at 1,000 feet and 25.5 at 1,500 feet. And again, there's a little table down there that attempts to try and give you a feel for what common sounds might sound like at that decibel level. Again, important to emphasize, though, this is constant noise, unlike all of those categories that I show there. It's just for reference so that you can kind of picture what the sound would end up being as far as intensity. So that was the staff recommendation at Committee of the Whole. We've done a little bit more studies, and I wanted to offer, based on what was the discussion that was happening at Committee of the Whole, we wanted to show you what a 2 decibel decrease would be from this recommendation. And John, if you would advance to the next slide again. So 2 decibels would end up, if council wanted to drop it by 2 decibels, we would end up with 57 and 47 daytime and nighttime. And the resulting sound 1,000 feet away or 1,500 feet away during the day would then be 37 or 33.5 at 1,500, and at night would be 27 or 23.5 at 1,500. So I wanted to show what it sounded like council was leaning towards a decrease and what that decrease might look like. Also have done the in-between one decibel step as an example, and you end up right in the middle of the two. We're far at 1,000 and 1,500 feet. We're approaching the part of that curve where it ends up becoming closer to linear. So it would be the decibel level right in between the two, essentially, the previous slide and this slide, if it was a 1 decibel reduction. So that was the last item I thought that we were deliberating on, and I'm ready for any questions
So
if there are.
I guess, yep, we can go with question. Alderwoman Bade,
So,
can you get to your microphone?
yeah, the sound is with the wind or just plain sound?
Yeah, so again, the testing, the modeling, the way the modeling works is they're assuming wind from every direction when they do modeling. I'm not in the background of all these computers. I've got scientists who do this for a living telling me that's the way that the modeling is built. So what they're telling us is the assumptions in the background of the model is creating the worst case scenario. And then when we do the testing, we would have the ability to do the testing under whatever circumstances that we determined they should be done under. And in that we're not specifying anything specific. If they're in violation, they'd be in violation.
And the tools used were professional tools?
As you might recall, last meeting, one of the changes that is in the current staff recommendation before you is to have staff engage a professional to do the testing and then get reimbursed from the developer. That was a change that was made between RAP and Committee of the Whole. I anticipate we would end up having to do an RFP for this kind of services and then have a list of people that we would have to find out if they're available. This request would end up kind of being quick or at least the developer would want it to be quick, let's say, when we ultimately need the test. So I'm thinking we're going to end up having to do an RFP for these services and then engage the design professional who can do the study when we need it.
And the study, Mr. Mayor, can I go into the amendments that I had sent? And then questions? I had a couple of questions.
A few other questions, if that's okay. Let's just see if anybody else has any questions. And real quick on the engineered sound study, per the ordinance, as if it goes through today, they would have to demonstrate an sound engineering test that we picked the person who was doing the study. Data center would pay for it. It would happen before construction begins, and it would happen after construction begins.
The testing is right, that we would end up doing modeling testing before construction begins. So the modeling would actually be the consultants that are engaged by the data center or the developer. But before we issue any certificate of occupancy, we would be engaging someone to do the testing, someone we hire and then get reimbursed for. So we would control that consultant at the tail end. So it would truly behoove the developer, data center, to make sure they got it all right on the front end. And make sure that their consultants were conservative enough that they would end up passing a test being performed by another consultant before the facility was able to be opened.
Any other questions on sound? Alderman Larson?
Thank you. I have two things. First question regarding sound testing. So the city will choose the person who does the sound testing or the company that does the sound testing. Would that happen on the city's timeline, or would the data center be notified prior to that? Because I know there's concerns that if a data center knows they're being tested, they might have quieter sound at that time.
Understand the comment and the concern, but you have to realize that without the certificate of occupancy that we control, they can't open the center. Therefore, I get to dictate, the city gets to dictate when the testing's occurring, and that it occurs in a manner that's acceptable to the city before we would issue the certificate of occupancy. So yes, we have to work with the data center. They need to turn all their equipment on, in other words, in order for it to be an actual real test. And then the other caveat I'd add, it ties into some of the comments again tonight, these data centers may ramp up over time, and they may not be paying and installing for all of their equipment when the first certificate of occupancy is issued. That's why I felt it really important that we amend the building code and insist that we do that testing, the same testing again, every time that there's noise-producing equipment added to the project. If another data hall gets developed, we're back at it again before that data hall opens.
Okay, and one more thing regarding the noise levels. I saw you had in your charts regarding how loud sounds are at different decibel levels, and I was doing some research on how the human ear perceives sound at different decibel levels. I saw the same thing. However, one other thing that I found is that obviously the way that people perceive noise is subjective, but people generally don't notice a difference unless there's at least a 3 decibel change. So I would say if we are going to lower the sound level, it should be at least 3 decibels, if not more, rather than 2. But that's just a comment based on the 2 decibel reduction. I think it should be a bit more.
Any other questions on sound?
I have a quick sound question.
Alderman Franco was first, then I'll go to you.
So you're entertaining reducing the decibel level by 1, 2, or 3, whatever the case may be. Can they do it? I mean, we're talking about them reducing it, which was wonderful, because when you talk about getting down to 35 and 25, but is that reality? Can they do it? Have we talked to them, make sure oh yeah, Alderman or City Road, we can do it, or we can't do it, doesn't even matter? Do we know that?
Yeah, we actually have had some discussions with data centers. It is possible. I would suggest that they felt it was quite challenging, but still possible.
Okay, and then how do you feel about, I mentioned this before, if they don't comply? I just think this $1,000 a day is ridiculously low. Do you feel, because you've dealt with this before, do you feel that maybe because of the amount of money they make, it's all relative, $10,000 a day would be appropriate? Because once you say you can do something and you don't do it, that's on you. So you know what I'm saying? So I would like to get the comments, because I think that's ridiculously low, because, you know, we all know that if you're gonna find me low, I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing, I make more money. If you find me high, I change what I do. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
Well, as someone who manages enforcement staff, I like fines that would encourage compliance faster. I've had this discussion with corporation councils going back to my first of my 27 years here. And I've consistently got the same answer, that there is statutory law, or statutes and law, case law, that that we need to be very careful to dance around with respect to fines, that they have some relation to the actual violation that's occurring and what it's taking to accomplish their compliance. Completely understand your question, understand that it may not mean enough to this particular use type. I've asked the question myself, and I will say I've consistently gotten the same answer from every corporation council that I've worked with.
I was going to give a very similar answer. The thing with the fines, so $1,000 for each violation each day is consistent with fines imposed throughout the city for violations. I will say that the state statute allows as a home rule municipality, we're not limited to the $750 a day that non-home rule are, but our hearing officers are only allowed to fine a total of $50,000. That's their cap. So there is significant limits on what we can do. So what I like about the $1,000 is that how a violation is defined is really left to the discretion of Mr. Curley's office, as code enforcement. So if they're running, if they're violating the 2 generators a day and they're running, if they're running 4 generators, well, those 2 extra generators are each a violation. If they're, to the extent that they're, I'm just trying to think of other violations as I'm sitting here, right? So for each level that they're above with their power usage or their water usage, we can incrementally determine violations. It gives him a lot of discretion and legal a lot of discretion when working with non-compliance, because frankly we understand that $50,000 is, which is the cap the hearing officer can provide, is perhaps the cost of doing business. And I get that. But we also want to be able to, really the goal in code enforcement is really compliance. And we want to be able to have, some flexibility in making sure that we can, we have leverage so that we can force them into compliance, and we can, negotiate in good faith with them. So I don't, a small increase in the fine, probably okay, but I also, I'm very aware that there's a cap under the powers of a hearing officer on what they can actually impose.
If there was a, I'll just ask the question, if we were not getting compliance, as we have in other places, we could increase the fine, there would be justification for that? Or you'd still run into the same problem?
You run into the same problem with the hearing what the hearing officers can do. But if we're, we can always go to circuit court. That allows us to increase the fines, because that's not the hearing officer. That's a circuit court. That's an elected judge. So they can impose more fines. There's other remedies we can pursue, but I do want to. I just want to make the council aware that if we set a fine that of $100,000 a day or something, that's not going to be realistic as we move forward.
So just like nuisance abatement, so we have property standards, and when somebody's not complying and habitually not complying, we increase those fines based on their non-compliance history. I wonder if we could do that here, like, we just got a bad egg, and they just keep violating and violating, we're gonna $1,000 a day. Or you keep violating, now it's $2,000, now it's $5,000, because you have a history of not obeying what you're supposed to. I'm not saying we're gonna do that now, but I would think that would be better to do, because, somebody makes a mistake, here's your fine. Somebody has a pattern of it, that's no longer a mistake. And I just think that they should not be rewarded, they should be punished commensurately based on what they're doing or not doing.
Without getting into the, all details of how these, because we obviously have a robust administrative system and hearing code enforcement system that involves both circuit court and our hearing officers and an administrative hearing process. Generally, there is a difference between your good faith, like, hey, my garage burned down, and I just need more time to get money and rebuild it. There's a difference between how we treat that and how we treat someone who, a contractor who knows better and should really be in compliance. We get constant issues with them. That's definitely true. And how we work with them and how we handle those cases, depends on our history or knowledge of the offender and the property. To the extent that I wouldn't say that we like double the fines or something like that. I wouldn't say that, but we do take into consideration the circumstances of the individual homeowner or property owner.
Okay, so for the rest of this, why don't we shift back to sound and keep it on sound till we reach that resolution? Alderwoman Smith
Yes,
next.
So, Mr. Curley, could you clarify something for me? If in this ordinance we put 57 and 47, what does that mean for pre-existing facilities, pre-existing data centers? Do they have to reach the 57, 47, or do they still abide by the state regulations because that's what they came in under?
It's the latter, Alderwoman Smith. They are not going to be regulated by these new ordinances.
Okay. I think it's important for our guests to understand that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Any other questions on sound?
Yes.
Alderwoman Bade.
Yes, I have a question about sound, the enforcement part. After office hours and during weekend, will we have additional officers? And where can the residents call if they experience distress because of sound? And the other thing
I call
is...
you.
Maybe I'll finish this question.
You call me and I call John.
Currently, are we able to enforce it? Because if it's out of state law, if somebody is not abiding by the state law, currently, are we able to enforce it?
I guess I'm a little confused. So you're saying that there's a state law. Do we enforce state law? Yes, our police department and the King County or DuPage County, Kendall, or Will County State's Attorney's Office enforces the state law.
So currently, if...
But there are a lot of discretionary decisions made on each level of government.
So if we reduce, the residents call the alderman, and alderman calls the mayor, and mayor
Or they can call
calls the team.
or they can call 311. People can
After
file a
hours.
complaint anytime. Yep. Or use that. But for the most part, I suppose if they wanted to call the police, they could, but the police aren't going to have a sound meter. And if it's enforcing, maybe you could talk a little bit about how the state law is enforced currently for the existing data centers and those that got in before the moratorium.
Yeah, so there's a complaint and a violation process that's laid out in the Illinois Pollution Control Board. They handle a lot of different types of environmental pollution, noise being one of them. So they take complaints and then would hold hearings after doing some evaluation is the way that their process works. And we make reference to that standard in our ordinances, in our zoning ordinance.
And that will be the same process when we have this ordinance?
That same process will be capable of being used when we have this process, yes.
we would be a lot, I would assume we would be a lot faster than the
Well,
state process of enforcement.
Yeah, so this adds a local enforcement. So right now, we don't have a local enforcement. This ordinance adds a local enforcement, a municipal enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
For new data centers going forward.
Yes.
Any other questions on sound? I guess we need to talk about a number, so we might as well start that discussion. I know you've proposed 57, bringing it down. I know that Alderwoman Bade prepared a number of 49. I know Alderman Larson suggested 3 points below 59. So, and do you want to give us any thoughts on where we should be? Should we continue to edge down?
Well, again, we didn't get responses from the data centers that our proposal at 59, 49 was impossible. We didn't get pushback that 57, 47 was impossible. I'm not certain if we go substantially below that, but a 3 decibel reduction I would believe still is achievable, and it might go a little further than that. The curve, again, that curve starts acting more linear the further you get away. So if we're at 1,500 feet, you could see how well, between the two slides, you can see that it's basically a 1 decibel difference at 1,500 feet, which correlates with the difference at the property line. Just happens to be because that's the ratio when you're that far away from the actual noise producing element. So a 40, let's see here. So a 56 and a 46 would end up with pretty close to being, if you look in the lower left of that slide, you reduce 1 decibel on each side of that. And those decibels at the residential lot lines are approaching quiet, rural, very quiet standards, according to that chart on the right.
Alderman Bug? You want to try 56, 57?
56, 3.
So assuming, we have to be on the right registrar number. Decibel levels is on 26-112.
Right.
So the next item.
So I move to amend the Exhibit A, staff recommended language, revise page 8, line 20 to 23 to read daytime hours 56 decibels, weighted 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and nighttime hours 46, weighted 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So there's a motion to amend to 56 and 46. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Larson. Discussion. Alderman Masiacos.
Yes, so you're saying it's doable?
Yes, I believe it's doable.
And how does that affect anything you said you were going to look into earlier?
Can you use your microphone? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
What is it, how would it affect anything you said you need to look into earlier? In this discussion?
The question you asked me was about Bloomington's regulations,
Right.
and what I'd be comparing would be how they define low frequency and how it correlates to the low frequency band that's already in place, the low frequency sound band, octave band. It sounded like I said band, I think, but the octave band, and figure out if there's a correlation between what the state is requiring and what Bloomington is requiring. That's what I'd look into.
And what about any thought, if any, in regards to this graduated scale they have here, limits on property lines, 25 feet, et cetera, 50 feet?
Yeah, there's, whoops. So I believe I'm looking at probably the same email that you got, or, yeah, everyone was copied on this. Again, that is highlighting the low frequency mechanical noise. I'd make that comparison to what the state does, and also compare what happens to that noise at those distances. But I would presume that Bloomington used something similar to what I've shown you to determine that at the property line it's 50 and it drops off in the following manner. I would presume that whoever's adopting this ordinance would not make the 50 feet away from the site a 45 decibel limit at the property line, because they'd be incongruous with one another.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter at this point if we're looking at some graduated scale, because these are pretty close, right? The increments, lot line, 25 feet and 50 feet.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the charts that I've got there, I'm looking at the 47 chart. At 100 feet, it drops off 7 decibels. At 200 feet, it drops off 10 decibels. So it does, again, the front end of that curve from that graph that I showed you, the decibel levels do drop off quickly the closer you are to the source of the noise.
Okay, all right, so up or down, it's not probably going to make a difference at this point in regards to the amendment.
Again, we're going to be ensuring that there's compliance with both our standard and the state standards as
Okay.
well. So,
all right, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So real quick, before we go into this, I'm going to ask the clerk to please read 260112. We're going to discuss 260112 because that was the one that was just amended. And if we're ready to move forward with votes on this.
And then we'll go back to
On the
92.
amendment? We are voting on the amendment?
So Alderman Bug made a motion to amend, because we were discussing the sound stuff. So Alderman Bug made a motion to amend 260112. And so because we had only read into the record previously 260092, so we're going to deal with the 260112 now, and then we'll return to the 92, okay? All right.
260112, an ordinance amending Chapter 49 of the Code of Ordinances by modifying Section 49-103.3 definitions and 49-104.3 conditional uses and structures with regards to data center facilities.
So this is the agenda item that we'll be tackling first or second under unfinished business, but a motion was made by Alderman Bug to move to 5646. Are there any other questions on the amendment? Alderwoman Babe.
Mayor, I just want to ask, is that the lowest possible we can go with right now? My recommendation was 49 and 39. Is that the lowest possible that we can present for future?
I'll let
data centers?
Mr. Curley answer that question.
I'm uncomfortable answering the same question I've been asked on that level of a change to say that it's accomplishable based on the feedback that we've gotten. I have to admit I haven't asked that answer. I haven't asked that question directly to any of the data centers, but it's enough of a change that I'd be uncomfortable acknowledging that they can achieve it.
So your question was, what is the lowest that's achievable? I don't know that there's, we have a data center expert, and as you know, there's a lot of variables with sound, like wind, that are outside of the control of the testing equipment at the time when we approve that permit, the occupancy permit. So, any other questions on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, this is Alderman Mike Seville.
Alderman Seville, glad to see you're still with us.
I am, thank you. I apologize for my voice. My question is, we're voting on the amendment that Alderman Ed Bug is proceeding with, and that's for 26-0112.
That's correct.
Don't we need to bring that to the floor first before we can amend anything?
I don't know if you heard, but we did ask the clerk to read it into the record, to bring agenda item 260112 to the floor.
Okay, great, thank you.
Do you have any questions on the amendment as presented?
No, I think it's a good idea to lower the rates.
Okay. As soon as the clerk returns, if there's no further questions on the amendment, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Ferrero,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Masiacos,
Yes.
Nunez.
Yes.
Franco.
Yes.
Seville,
Yes.
Banuelos.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Bug,
Yes.
Spade,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
This amendment to agenda item 260112 to change the noise levels to 56 and 46 is adopted. Are there any other questions or amendments for 260112?
I don't know when's the right time to read all the amendments that I had sent earlier. No, I already sent.
Well, I guess start.
Okay, thank you. As it was mentioned by the mayor at the committee of the whole meeting, I sent the amendments to the staff. And these were based on the issues raised by the residents of Aurora and the feedback received from public comments. And there are 5 proposed amendments that I had sent on Friday. These are all related to data center ordinance that we are considering currently. These amendments reflect concern expressed by community members regarding the potential impact of large-scale or any other data center development in our neighborhoods, residential, educational, as well as healthcare facilities. The proposed changes are intended to strengthen protection related to setback distances, noise and vibration mitigation, utility infrastructure demands, and overall compatibility with the surroundings. And these were the amendments that I had sent.
So why don't we do it one at a time, and
Okay.
let's let corporate counsel determine which one it should go into, and let's address only the ones that go into 260112.
Okay. So the first one was enhanced separation and setback requirement. The minimum setback for any data center structure, including but not limited to cooling towers, chillers, and backup generators, shall be increased from proposed 1,000 to 1,500 to no less than 0.5 miles from any boundary of residential, educational, healthcare zoning district. This buffer is necessary to mitigate the unique mechanical resonance and infrastructure load of large-scale facilities. And the reason why I had sent this was because of the noise that is coming out of current data center, vibration that is coming out of current data center, and also there are other factors like residents experiencing cracks in the homes. So that is why the maximum distance possible to be between any of the future data centers and any of these 3 facilities.
So that is for this agenda item, and I'll let corporate counsel.
Okay, yep. So for 26-112, if you turn to page 6, line 8 and line 20, I highlighted this language so it'd be easy to locate. So Alderman Bade, I believe that what you are proposing is to amend line 8 to state 2,640 feet, and line 20 to also state 2,640 feet. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second on this motion?
Second.
Second by Alderman White. Discussion. Alderman Masiacos.
Yes. Repeat question, I'm sorry. So now we do half a mile. Do you know off the top of your head, we said there's 4 or 5 viable lots available. If we do this, how many are available afterward? When we do half a mile?
If we do a half a mile, there are none available in M2 districts, which is another thing you need to consider based on the recommendations in front of you, which district. There would be, in the M1 district, there would be a small sliver that does not represent anything like an actual lot left over in the northwest portion of Meridian on the east side.
John, can you go to the,
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Okay, so for M1, there's an arrow on the far right of this map. The current language you're considering, the Naperville residential would wipe out the ability to do anything in that small sliver on the far right. That is, as Corporation Counsel mentioned, that is something that could be amended, but if you look what's available there, I don't know that it would really achieve anything. That's not really much that's left for development. The sliver that's shaped kind of like an hourglass, that's highlighted with an arrow immediately to the west of that, is the area that would be left in the M1 with a half-mile buffer. So again, I don't think there's really a developable site in there. The lot lines are not going to respect those curves, so you'd be assembling multiple lots and only being able to use portions of those lots. So I don't believe there's really anything developable in the M1 district either. So moving on to the ORI district, I think there's a prior, there we go, great, thanks, John. As Corporation Counsel mentioned on this slide, the eastern arrow in the middle of this slide is pointing to a portion of the Liberty Business Park to the east of Mitchell Road. But if you're familiar with that area, the entirety of Mitchell Road on the North Aurora side, with the exception of a warehouse that's basically right at Corporate, as you cross the tollway, it's all residential. So that residential, the way this is written now, would wipe out that entire available, so to speak, ability to develop within ORI, and we'd be left with the balance of the stuff that's over on the west side by Orchard Road. I do think some other North Aurora residential might eat into that northwestern part of that left over a little bit, but it's again important to mention that there are no sites within what's shown to be available that are open for development right now. They're all currently developed sites.
And so now with this motion to where we amended the decibel levels, would that improve? Obviously, I mean, I think I know the answer, but can you just, for the record, just tell us that the buffer that you had in place, the 1,500 and the 1,000, it just makes it stronger? In terms of
Yes, the reduction in the decibel levels would improve the decibel level the actual decibel level realized by our constituents at their properties. That was just proposed to be amended, that you'll be voting on in a minute. What we're balancing here is distance is a solution to sound, there's no question about it. But we're also balancing what we can do legally to create a separation distance and not create some exclusionary zoning, and balancing that with the amount of sound that's coming off the site in the first place. That's why I created the tables I did for you, to try and demonstrate what the decibel levels that are actually realized by our residents would be with the separation distance that we proposed. I think if you look way on the, let me look here. If you look at what I proposed for 5747, the sound realized at the residential lot with about a half-mile separation distance. In the daytime with 57 as the decibel level, the resulting sound would be 28 decibels, almost 29 decibels. And with a half-mile separation with the 47 at nighttime, the decibels at that residential lot line would be almost 19 decibels.
Okay.
So clearly distance is part of a solution to improve sound, but we've got to balance that distance with the what we can do and try and not create exclusionary zoning at the same time. That's why staff has always been recommending a balance between including both parameters and trying to strike the balance with both the separation distance that we can achieve and a decibel level that's achievable and helps the experience for the neighbors.
All right, so this is where I'm going with this question. Because you have a provision here for flexibility in one of these documents in creating this agreement, towards working and making an agreement. correct?
Yes, I think you're referring to the requirement for a development agreement running alongside the zoning entitlement case that would show up to council coincidentally, and that there could be agreements with the developer or data center that could be made with them as you're all deliberating the zoning entitlement.
I'll use the term here, feasibility alternative compliance on page 12 is part of this document. That's what I'm referring to. So,
okay,
with that said, just give me a second. I'm going to clarify exactly what I'm trying to.
Okay.
Question I'm asking. With this feasibility alternative compliance, if we increase the buffer to 2,640 feet for ground-mounted or even rooftop-mounted chillers, if a petitioner was able to provide information that there will not be, in their modeling that we request, any challenges that far, and maybe not even, or up to 1,500 or 1,000 feet.
Mhm.
Could that be adjusted
Yeah.
in a conditional use request?
Well, let me first touch on the term feasibility or feasibility alternative compliance. That's actually not in 112. That's actually in 92 and chapter 51. Chapter 50. It is in 112. Okay, so that section touches on the renewable and resilience. So that's the on-site alternative energy creation on-site, or the resiliency with battery power. So that's addressing those specific items. That being said, the premise of your question is entirely correct, and you would be able to deliberate. It's a really important part of what a conditional use deliberation for an actual data center might look like next time you see one, if we see one again. If the developer can assure everyone, to not my level of comfort, but to your level of comfort, that they can produce a data center that has a certain decibel level at the property lines, and everyone's convinced that that's okay, and we might end up relaxing some of the standards. I don't see that happening, but the premise of your question is it is possible to come to an agreement if there were some impediments that are very specific to a particular parcel that might run contrary to what our ordinance dictates right now. But certainly everyone would have to be very comfortable that the intent and the actual experience of all of our constituents is being kind of at the forefront of the decision-making process. So it is possible that you would add something there. I would suggest unlikely to modify both the separation distance and the decibel level based on the deliberation we've had and the experience that our constituents have had, but it is possible.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Alderman Masiakos?
Yes and no. I mean, the reality is we don't have an expert here to help provide more information, expert being a sound engineer, acoustic engineer, that could help provide us more delineation to that subject matter.
Alderman Bug?
Thank you. Mr. Curley?
Alderman Bug?
Thank you. Mr. Curley, you're our staff expert.
On this topic, I believe I am the staff expert.
Excellent.
Spent a lot of time studying
Thank
it.
you. If we enact this amendment, would you consider this exclusionary zoning?
The staff amendment, no, I don't think it's exclusionary, and that's at the advice of our legal experts as well.
This amendment.
The amendment.
No, this amendment. The half mile. That's the amendment.
I'm sorry, I thought we were deliberating. So,
No, the half mile, given the slivers
Yeah.
that will be left for them to try and create a data center in the slivers, oblong shapes, would this be considered exclusionary zoning in your
in my
expert opinion?
In my opinion, it would be.
Thank you.
You corporate counsel want to weigh in?
I don't disagree with Mr. Curley.
Any other questions? Alderman Barrero.
Yeah, Mayor Lash, thank you. Mr. Curley, I have a question, and this is addressing Alderman Bates' concern about vibration and requesting increasing the distance because of the vibration. But you've thrown a lot of information at us. I've been trying to keep up with all the information, but I thought that during some of the presentations, there was something being required from data centers to help mitigate vibrations when they're constructing the facilities. Can you speak to that requirement?
Yes, that's correct. The typical diesel generators that are being used in this industry right now come with optional accessories. One of them is isolation mounts to help minimize the amount of vibration that's transmitted to grade. And we currently have nothing that speaks of this. So we're adding provisions that require those isolation options to be chosen when they're specified. We would be analyzing the specifications for those generators to ensure that they are in fact part of the package. And then again, we are insisting on testing being occurring prior to any occupancy being granted. So along the same lines as the testing that I described for Alderman Larson about the sound, we would also be doing vibration testing alongside that sound testing to ensure that they're complying with what we found is the regionally the most strict standards for vibration.
And those would be achievable?
Yes. Again, we're using the most strict vibration standards from the region, and the closest community in the long list of ones I gave you is actually West Chicago. But yes, those can be achieved. There are things that they can do with the diesel generators to help minimize the vibration.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Nunez.
Mr. Curley, just one question regarding your graph, your linear graph, and comparing the 1,500 to 2,600. So if I'm following your graph correctly, at the 56, whether it's 1,500 or 2,600 feet, we're still around that quiet rural area? Is that?
Correct. At 56, I believe the numbers would end up being at the residential lot line, 1,500 feet away. We would end up being at about 32.5 in the day and about 22.5 at night.
And that puts us down to the whisper or rustling leaves?
Right. It's in between a light rain or a whisper and quiet rural area during the day. And at night, you're a quiet rural area. So at some point, they also have to realize this is not the only thing producing sound in the area. At some point, you've got the noise being produced out for this site that might blend into everything else that's happening. But this is the noise coming off of this site that I'm analyzing.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was following the graph correctly. So thank you for clarifying.
Any other questions or discussion? Alderman Masiacos.
Yes. Since we've been through one round, I'm going to go back to the Power Act comparison chart. Siting and location. No data centers. Okay, this is proposed by the state of Illinois. No data centers allowed within 3 miles of equity investment eligible community within the city of Chicago or within 3 miles of environmental justice neighborhood as defined by Chicago unless community assessment demonstrates that the project does not pose a disproportionate risk to health, welfare, or environment of those communities. We're proposing something more stringent right now with 1,500 feet, correct? Here it says rooftop chillers cannot be located. What's in the ordinance?
Yes.
1,500 feet and 1,000 feet.
Correct.
So we're already more stringent than the state of Illinois, right, by far?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll be voting on just the amendment. The amendment, for clarity, is to extend it from 1,000 and 1,500 feet to a half-mile distance, which the staff has said would be exclusionary or considered exclusionary. So I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on just the amendment at this time.
Barrero,
No.
Garza,
Yes.
Masiacos,
Pass.
Nunez,
No.
Franco,
No.
Seville,
No.
Benuevos,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
Bug,
No.
Fade,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
White,
No.
Masiacos,
Yes.
5 yes, 7 no.
Okay, this motion fails. Alderwoman Bade's amendment fails. Do you have a follow-up? You've mentioned a couple others. Let's see, read the second amendment and see if it applies to this agenda item 260112.
The second amendment is M2 zoning, reclassification. Due to high-intensity utility demands, heavy equipment usage, and noise profiles of these facilities, data centers should be classified as conditional use in M2 zones. This change ensures that every application undergoes a site-specific public hearing to evaluate its impact on adjacent non-industrial properties. So the generators, transformers, and chiller fans, all of these equipments are like heavy machinery. So a normal office would not be using so many of these machinery for office purposes. That is the reason I wanted to make this amendment. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if.
I heard the rationale behind it. I didn't hear the motion.
Yeah, so the.
Sorry, should I read
think
it? Or,
No, I think I can help clarify. So this goes to 26-112. Again, if you turn to page 14. I didn't highlight it because frankly, there's a lot of colors already on page 14. So it's the table. It says 3305 data center facility, and the different districts within the city are listed across the top. And the Cs stand for conditional use. Currently, staff recommendation is that these are in ORI, M1, and M2. And then the additional regulations are, of course, the rest of this ordinance, Exhibit A.
So first of all, is everybody on the right page?
It's page 14 of Exhibit A of 26-112.
Okay, and then if you could clarify what it is you're trying to amend, the amendment itself, we'll see if we have a second and then discussion.
I'm trying to amend the zoning from ORI to M2.
So you want to exclude ORI, or you want to include ORI?
So for data centers, any future data centers, actually the original proposal was to make it M1 and M2 just because of the equipment, heavy equipment they're using. They're not like normal offices would be using. So my amendment is zoning reclassification, motion to amend zoning to be required to be M1, M2 for data centers.
And exclude ORI.
ORI, yes.
Okay. So does everybody understand the amendment is to only allow data centers in M1 and M2 and exclude ORI? Did I get that correctly? Is there a second? Okay. There's no second. There'll be no discussion. What's your next amendment?
Can this be just M1?
Pardon?
If we can revisit and just do M1, if not M2, just M1.
So you want to limit data centers to just M1 zoning?
Because M2 failed, so I want to propose all the data centers have M1 zoning. So ORI buildings also have a capability of requesting for zoning change. So we are not restricting the businesses from creating data centers. ORI can also apply if they qualify. They can create a data center with M1 rezoning.
I'm just trying to clarify, your motion is to, so you already made a motion to only allow data centers in M1 and M2.
Yes, I want to make it to
Now-
M1.
Now you want to limit it even further to just M1. Is that correct?
So the minimum zoning should be M1. M2s can create data centers, but not just.
I guess I'm a little confused.
I'm confused.
So if it was ORI, they had to change to M2 with the previous amendment. Now they can change to, they can make a request to change to M1, but they have to comply with all the M1 rules.
Does any other member?
That doesn't quite make sense. So I guess, and maybe I misdirected. So on page 14 of 26112, the conditional use table, there is a C which stands for conditional use under ORI, M1, and M2. Do you see that?
Can you say the line number again?
Page 14,
The
line
table.
7.
It's
the table.
line 6 and 7. The table doesn't,
It's also on the screen.
right now.
Are you in the right one? No.
12.
112. 14.
Well,
Yeah. CCC. Conditional use.
So, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess it would, to the extent that you're amending this, my understanding of your first amendment, and I believe the mayor's understanding and the council's understanding, was that you wish to remove the C from ORI. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
yes,
Okay.
that's accurate.
Okay, so now, what is the amendment to the language?
So the original amendment that I had read was just M2. So we include M1 and M2 and see if there are more vacant possibilities of having data center and it doesn't become exclusionary. So just eliminate ORI, but M1 and M2 both are
We
included.
just voted
We
against it.
just had that motion, but there was no second on it. So now are you proposing only M1, which is even more exclusionary? I don't know.
No,
Okay.
because the first amendment that I had sent was actually just M2.
No, you said M1 and M2.
Yeah, I mentioned that in my statement, but did we vote for M1, M2, or we voted just for M2?
We voted against M1 and M2 together.
There was no second, which means no other people agree with you that we should limit it and exclude ORI.
Okay.
That's what the council said already, because there was no second.
Okay. I'm going to go to the third one now.
Okay, it's 9:02.
Mandatory human health impact analysis. Prior to the issuance of special use permit or conditional use or building permit, the applicant shall fund an independent human health impact assessment. This study must be conducted by a qualified third-party medical or environmental health professional and must specifically evaluate the potential for chronic sleep disturbance and cortisol level impact from constant low-frequency noise, the cumulative effect of electromagnetic field exposure on nearby residents, and respiratory impacts from the periodic testing of high-capacity diesel backup generators.
Okay, does everybody understand the amendment? And is there a second?
Can I give the rationale behind this? Just one
If
line.
there- No. So this is, just for clarity, there's no language in the ordinance already. What you're asking for is to include health study. I'll let you go ahead and explain the rationale and thought process behind it.
The rationale was a lot of residents who are unable to sleep because of the noise from the current data center, the water that is discarded, the noise and vibration, and also there were some speakers who came to planning and zoning as well as other meeting. They expressed the health concerns, and there is no test being done on whatever is being emitted in the air. How is it impacting the residential area? Since we are not increasing the distance, at least we should take care that it's not adversely impacting the residents of our city in the long run. Their health is not impacted.
Did we want to hear the motion one more time? I'll let you read the motion one more time. We'll see if there's a second.
So basically, the motion was to include health impact, so mandatory human health impact assessment. The studies can be modified, but I would love them to include chronic sleep disturbance, cortisol level impact from constant low frequency noise, the cumulative effect of electromagnetic fields exposure on nearby residents, and respiratory impacts from the periodic testing of high-capacity diesel backup generators.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion, and is there a second?
I'll second it, and I have a question about.
So there's been a motion and a second by motion made by Alderwoman Bade, second by Alderman Larson, and I'll ask Alderman Larson to ask a question.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess one clarification about this, would this be, how would the frequency of the testing work? Because I don't know if like annual testing, like the other types like noise testing, I don't think it would really change year by year, unless they add a bunch of diesel generators or something. So what would the testing look like with frequency, and would it be required for every data center, or would it be every few years?
The testing, as you mentioned, it cannot be just one day or just a short period of time. It should be long-term impact. So we continue to study if there is so much emission of diesel in the air, how is it adversely affecting? So there should be a study included with our ordinance that it is not adversely impacting, and if it is, there should be rules, and the data center or the business should be compensating or correcting them, actually correcting them or compensating.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with the idea of it. I think there definitely should be health testing. I guess I'm just curious to see what the language would actually look like in the ordinance. Yeah.
And are you asking to do it during the application process, to do a study, or you're asking it for a period? Because long-term health impacts of diesel generators is something that would probably be tested over a significant period of time. So you're looking at post-construction?
So the testing cannot be done before it is constructed,
Right.
but it can be added to the ordinance that this will be happening. And say over 2 years you're not complying, these are the rules you have to follow. Fix the machine, fix the equipment, otherwise there will be fines. So include the health study.
Alderman Nunez, then Alderman Franco.
I would agree that the health of our constituents should be a top priority. I guess I'm a little confused as to how do we differ from a data center creating pollutants to vehicles, Orchard, 88. How is that measured?
The equipment will be close to their facilities.
But the health impacts would be on the residents.
So we monitor how much whatever pollutants are being emitted in the air at the property. But obviously we are studying the neighborhood area too on our cities based on the city's ordinance, that it's not, if anybody complains about it, we take a note of it and then process it that way. Does that make sense?
Can I weigh in a little bit here? Okay.
Maybe, for example, we can take fish in the pond. If the pond near the data centers, the fish are dying, and some of the neighbors reported that, we should take a look at it. So something is happening at that particular location because of this business.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think human health and fish are apples to apples, but that being said, I think that there's a difference between ongoing studies and a one-time before it opens zoning requirement. So what is in the zoning ordinance are requirements that happen before zoning is granted. All right, so what the zoning ordinance, what Legistar 26-112 goes through are all the things that the zoning team, that staff, and then the plan commission, and then, eventually city council will look at in determining whether or not to grant a special use. I think that to the extent that you're proposing that there be a study specific to a site related to quarter zone level impacts from low frequency noise, I'm not sure how that would work before the data center was built, but that aside, I also feel like these studies may be a little broader. Like there's probably health studies on the impacts of constant low frequency noise that I don't know that we need a new study every time a new data center comes in. Or electromagnetic field exposure. I don't know how you would separate cell phone use from environmental. I don't know enough about it. Allison can probably comment on it, but I just want to clarify that there's a difference between what we are doing with the zoning ordinance, which happens before building, and then Chapter 50 and 51 that deal with what happens after it's built. Okay.
Allison, real quick, then we'll go to Alderman Franco and Alderman Bug.
Thank you, Allison Lindberg, Director of Sustainability. I just wanted to mention, because I thought this might be pertinent. So in our conversations with different municipalities, we talked to the city of Chicago because they actually took about a year to try to study some of this. It wasn't all of it. I don't remember if it had the electromagnets. I don't remember if it was noise, but I know that they tried to do an impact study for the existing data centers that they had related to emissions specifically, and they're still not done with it. It was supposed to be done at the end of last year. So I just want to throw that out there because I think these types of studies, while important, are extremely lengthy, and I don't know that you can do it for just one data center. The monitoring over time, yes, but I don't know how you can. I think it is very difficult to tie it directly to the health impacts. Again, I'm not saying it's not important, but I just wanted to throw that out there that I know of at least one place that's tried to study this, and they haven't finished it yet. It's been taking a long time.
Alderman Franco.
So if they adhere to all the rules and regulations we've put in place, wouldn't the IEPA be handling that? They're the ones who regulate that type of thing. I know that for a fact, so I don't know why we would be overlapping because they have rules and regulations already in place and they would monitor it and they would put out fines that they already have an ordinance and rules and regulations built for us. So I don't know that we would be doubling our efforts here, and I don't know if they adhere to the ordinance and something happened, what are we going to do because they didn't do anything wrong? So I think that's more of an IEPA situation, what you're talking about, than these other things. I just don't know how we would integrate the two together.
Alderman Bug.
I agree with Alderman Franco and Alderman Nunez. But firstly, I believe the amendment is overly broad. In other words, we started measuring things and we kept measuring and we kept adding things on. So even in this amendment, I'm not sure what we're looking at measuring. I think we need clarification on that. What actual things? Secondly, and I think Alderman Nunez said it well, if you are measuring just diesel, the diesel generators, how can we say we're going to measure that for data centers and not for every other company who has large diesel generators in the city, who already exist? I don't think legally down the road this would pass muster.
Any other discussion? Questions? So the amendment, if we're going to vote really quick on the amendment that's before you, I'll ask. Go ahead.
I think that there needs to be some clarification about the language of the amendment. I don't think that the clerk has it all down, and I think that the language needs to be, as Alderman Bug pointed out, it's not real clear what the scope of this is. So to the extent that Alderman Bade, if you could read the language that you are proposing to add to 26-112, like specifically, and
We can, for the record, we can also get that to the clerk.
I know, but I think, I think, given that the discussion has gone, I think it's just important to get this language, what the specific language is that's going to be added to the ordinance, or what she's moving to add to the ordinance, so everyone knows what they're voting on, and the record is complete on that.
So the proposed amendment is testing of long-term health impact on the residents near the data center. And the test may include all these, tests should include all these: chronic sleep disturbance and cortisol level impacts from constant low-frequency noise, the cumulative effect of electromagnetic field exposure on nearby residents, respiratory impacts from the periodic testing of high-capacity diesel backup generators.
Okay.
So the long-term health impact study to be included with the ordinance.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. There's been discussion. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on the Bade Health Impact Study Amendment.
Barrero?
Pass.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Pass.
Nunez?
No.
Franco?
No.
Seville?
No.
Banuelos?
No.
Smith?
No.
Bug?
No.
Bade?
Yes.
Larson?
No.
White?
No.
Barrero?
No.
Masiacos?
No.
10 no, 2 yes.
Okay, this amendment also fails. And you have another one?
Yes. The next one is environmental hazard mitigation. The developer shall provide an environmental hazard management plan that includes air quality monitoring installed permanently to calculate the real-time air quality sensors at the property line to monitor nitrogen oxide and particulate matter that is emitted during generator testing. So environmental impact of generator testing in simple languages.
Okay, and also around the clock testing,
Yes.
not periodic or complaint based?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A motion made by Alderwoman Bade, seconded by Alderman Larson. I'm going to first go to staff really quick. If your understanding of the amendment, or do you have any questions on her amendment? She's basically saying we need
Some
testing.
Yeah, adding testing for contaminants and pollutants at the property line 24/7, like we've got for vibrations already in the ordinance.
Yes, I guess that was going to be my question, is if the constant monitoring needed to be in 26-92 instead of in 112.
That was going to be my comment.
Okay, so let's hear your last amendment. We'll potentially bring that one up. I'll ask if you'd like to withdraw the amendment and we'll make that for 260092. We're currently still discussing 260112.
Because it's really something for, because we're still discussing 26112, which is zoning, and what you're proposing has to do with afterwards, so that would go in chapter 50, which is
So
9.2.
if you withdraw the motion now, we can, when we get to that agenda item.
I'll withdraw the motion now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alderman Larson? Thank you.
If you don't mind, can I ask a clarifying? Your amendment, did it also have fire suppression, something on it? I remembered that.
I think that's the next one.
That's the next one?
Yeah, no, it included fire suppression.
Okay, because I think the fire suppression piece was probably in the beginning, so that one might actually go in 112.
Well, fire suppression is dealt with in the building codes, and unless there's something outside of what all of the national standards or national standard building codes are for suppression, I'm not sure we need to address it certainly as zoning or in the other amendments.
Have you gone to your final amendment or fifth
That is why
amendment?
I didn't read it out as
Okay.
part of this amendment.
Okay.
Because it's already included.
Okay, so you're not doing the fire suppression? Okay.
It is already included, as
Right.
Mr. Curley mentioned.
Do you have additional amendments?
Yes, the last one here, comprehensive noise regulations, and we did go over this, and we did reduce to 56 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And 46 from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I had recommended 49 dBA from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 39 dBA from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. But my understanding is with reduction of the level from 59 to 56, we will see a lot of difference. So I still would think we should go for the lowest possible, but we should start with this for now.
Okay, so there's no further amendments?
No.
On agenda item 260112?
No.
Okay. Anybody else have questions or discussions on agenda item 260112?
Here.
Alderman Masiacos.
I just want a little clarification. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. You and I tried to connect today. It didn't work out. Not your schedule, not my schedule. Didn't cross very well. Page 2, there's 2 iterations after Plan Commission's approval, and I want to talk about paragraph 4, starts at line item 9. You modified that paragraph. Can you explain to me zoning administrator's sole discretion and how that relates negotiation beyond zoning ordinance? I mean, is it prohibited? If you can explain that paragraph for me, why it was changed, and what does that mean?
Would it be okay to go to legal on this one first?
It was added by our legal department, so.
I'm happy to weigh in. So the, it is on. I don't have a cool green light. I have to, yeah, but it's all right, it's on. So I added this language. So in our discussions more broadly about conditional use and how it's used within the city, we had discussions about utilizing development agreements more broadly. This portion of the ordinance, paragraph 4, gives staff the authority to enter or to negotiate. Not you guys have the final authority on entering agreements, but to negotiate development agreements. In my experience, negotiating development agreements work best while you are dealing with all the zoning and planning and all the, all the stuff that has to come before you anyways for approval. If you do it after the fact, it's kind of a afterthought, and it becomes, you lose some leverage in negotiations. It's something that I would like to run concurrently with the zoning and planning application. That way, when plans are being made and, the city says, oh, well, if you only want your egress to be off of Farnsworth, you need to put a stoplight there. And they say, well, we don't want to pay for a stoplight, let's replan this. Those are the types of discussions that we need to have while something is while something's in the planning stage, before we're finalizing before we're finalizing an agreement about who's paying for what, and how a zoning and planning and how things are going to be built. So someone has to make that decision on whether or not a development agreement is appropriate. And that person should probably be staff, because it's going to be long before it gets to your attention. The final development agreement is going to be presented to you with the zoning. So it goes through Planning and Zoning Commission. It, all the, just like now, if a special use comes through, after the hearings, it comes to BZE. If there's annexation stuff, that's all done. It's all put it together as a package for you. And as part of that now, it will just be, to the extent that we find that a development agreement is appropriate, that will be part of that package that would be all approved or disapproved all at once. So that's the purpose of it. So the reason it says administrator's sole discretion is because someone in staff needs to make that decision. The zoning administrator is the one that administers the zoning ordinance. The zoning administrator's the staff individual that handles all the discretionary decisions within the zoning ordinance. That's their job. That's that's what that position entails. And I think that it's important that staff have be able to have the authority to determine whether or not a development agreement's appropriate, and whether have authority to negotiate these things consistent with the zoning ordinance, so that we can present it to the city council all at once.
The other thing that your Dana explained to me while having taken your question to her, so what happens now is that if somebody has a problem, they start calling all different staff members. And if they start talking to legal about a situation that belongs in planning and zoning, legal or some other department might say something different, which that developer might construe as some form of offer and acceptance, and say, well, then they start playing each other against it. This happens all the time. We have a lot of people that have opinion shopping is the term. So what this does is it specifies that it's the zoning administrator who is going to be speaking on behalf of these issues, not the legal department, not economic development, because if that person, that developer, talks to all of them, they'll get a different thought or opinion, and it also sometimes creates confusion among staff, and we've found a need to have these multiple department meetings on issues as they come up, but this lays out the process from the beginning. I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I think the point you just made is an important one on opinion shopping. That's happened my whole 27 years here as well.
So this term final agreement is prepared, comes before a committee, COW, City Council. It can be altered by the City Council, can it not?
It can, but it will be at a point where, it can be altered.
Yes, I'm
it
sorry.
can be altered by the City
But
Council.
it's a yes or no, that's all.
It's a yes.
Yeah, okay, so we can modify it. It's not, when you say final, it's a final staff presentation of the agreement.
That the other side has agreed to.
Okay, but they still can appeal City Council if they feel they want to, and we can entertain that appeal before us.
My goal in bringing agreements before you are to make sure that the other party has agreed first, so that so that you're not, so that it's not, I want to bring it to you when we have agreement, not before, so that we're not, there's not wheeling and dealing, at the city council level. I want to make sure that you guys are in a position where you know that the other parties agreed, so that you are aware, where you are in the process.
I'd like to make sure that an alderman, a ward alderman, still has the opportunity to weigh in on the situation, and also say yes or no on some specific item in that agreement. Because typically we're not involved in those agreements. A lot of times, a majority of the times, these negotiations happen without us knowing in terms of what they come up with in these discussions. And the mayor has the authority, especially after a recent email, we got to go to the mayor, and the mayor is probably not going to tell us until it's all worked out. So we're not tampering with any negotiations happening. So my concern is we still have, with the way this legislation is written, we still have the authority as ward aldermen, especially it affects the 10th ward or the 1st ward that have potential sites for data centers, to weigh in and say, you know what, this agreement's great, but, or they're approached by, or they see it, they say they get approached by the community or the developer, and they want to make an adjustment, whether it's less stringent or more stringent. They still have that opportunity to be engaged in a discussion as soon as it comes before a committee, at a minimum.
I think that it's not the intention of this to be that the aldermen, are not consulted, if it's their ward. I think that's, I don't think that that's the intention of this. To the extent that, the alderman wants to be informed about what development, what submittals and plans have been, submitted for their ward. I think that's fair. But the concern I would have is just that if we have a full agreement and then we're backsliding from it, it makes it difficult for staff to negotiate.
Okay, but it doesn't preclude a ward alderman getting involved, or an alderman at large, or a group of aldermen to get involved in the agreement after it's presented to us, this final staff agreement. So it's a final staff agreement, not a final city agreement.
You always have the power to suggest amendments, or to vote down an agreement. I think that the concern, I know you're looking for a black and white answer, but I think that this triggers some of the issues with the ethics ordinance. I think it also, it also triggers some concern with, whether, how I don't, you do always have the authority to turn down an agreement, whether or not, we can backslide in negotiations when we've reached a certain point. I think it depends on the agreement.
And how does it trigger the ethics ordinance?
Well, I guess it would depend how you were involved in an agreement, or how you were involved in influencing staff with making zoning decisions or permitting decisions or performance decisions in a way that would favor or disfavor a certain developer over another.
I think we're making an assumption now that something's going to go awry. I want to go on the assumption that things are going well, meaning staff has a final staff agreement, and the alderman, any alderman, has the ability within their rights as an alderman per ordinance and the city council to get involved here at the dais in regards to making changes to that agreement and starting the conversation for having changes to that agreement.
I don't see any
And to all
problem
matters
with-
germane.
I don't see a problem with from the dais, someone, if you guys want to make, suggestions to an agreement or make changes, I can't guarantee that the other side would accept that.
Okay.
But that's,
That's doable, we can do that. Because right now, I'll tell you right now, there's a concern, the fact that you're bringing up the ethane source and you explain it as if there's an assumption that we're also going to do something that's negative and contradictory to what we're allowed to do as aldermen. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do it the right way and what's allowed to us once this final agreement. Make sure that we all understand that this is a final staff agreement, not a final city council agreement. And we have the authority to be involved in it, especially if it's in our ward or maybe an alderman at large as well may want to partake in it.
I think
That's the clarification. Yes, I think it is a yes or no answer.
But it also, I want you to be aware, though, that greatly undermines my authority or staff's authority to negotiate anything. So if everything is, I can say it's subject to city council approval, that it's subject, a yes or no from the city council, but if every clause in the agreement is renegotiated at city council, it's why do the negotiations beforehand?
If you're concerned about negating your authority, then I'm concerned about negating any alderman's or city council's authority.
I don't think that this does that.
My concern is going sideways, this conversation.
Right.
So that's my concern at this point, because I'm getting more confused with this conversation.
What she's saying is, at any point, any agenda item that comes before, the council has the ability to amend it. What your Dana is saying is then the deal might fall apart. For example, we have some properties that we're selling that Patrick has negotiated on behalf of the city with guidelines that the city council put in place years ago. If the offer and acceptance that Patrick has negotiated for that property is $100,000, but the ward alderperson thinks it's worth $120,000. Well, first of all, if they had that, we would take that $120,000 offer from wherever, but and changes that, they have the ability to change it here at the dais, but the deal might fall apart. Is that
okay?
An accurate example of what's being said?
That's pretty much, yeah, because it's, we're staff is doing, not just legal, but.
So I'll rephrase it a little bit then. So based on what you said, Mayor, the council does the council still have the authority to direct staff to adjust an agreement that's brought before us?
As a body, not as a individual. Yes. I think that if you had concerns during a DST meeting and raised those concerns, I think staff would be sensitive to those.
Would they be able to get information and the data required to make a plea to their colleagues if they felt a need might be there to make a change?
If I mean,
how else would you find out if you have a concern? So you have a concern over part of the agreement, and you want to find out what the situation is. So in other words, if there is a concern that you can make an amendment to the agreement, how would you do that?
Go ahead, John, you have something to say?
Well, I would suggest it's also important to understand that the development agreement is not working in a vacuum. Along with the development agreement, you're talking about concerns you have. You also have a conditional zoning approval that, should you not come into agreement with the agreement that's been negotiated, or the developer's inability to rework something in that agreement, I suspect you're not going to approve the conditional use. So the two things are working in tandem, and we're intentionally trying to bring them to you together.
And I remember a time when I was able to amend a development agreement on the council in my early days. It was about a restaurant deal, and they brought Dave Devo up to the microphone, and he said we didn't need paragraph Q. I made a motion to remove paragraph Q. It was seconded, and everybody voted yes, and it was removed.
Okay.
So I mean, you still have that power and ability. The intent of the paragraph is to direct people towards the planning and zoning person as the authority to determine whether the development agreement is needed or not and what the terms are. I can just say, if something is happening and it appears to be controversial, we would want to consult the ward alderperson. And I think that's pretty typical practice, we did our best on the property sales to send those out and make sure to have conversations with the ward alder people in advance. I don't think the intent is to undermine the alderperson. I do think that
I understand that. It's not to undermine, Mayor. Okay, so I'll say it again. I'll do it a third way. Does it reduce any level of authority already enacted to the city council in
No.
regards to execute their sworn duty or allowed?
It doesn't do
allowed-
it, no, it doesn't do anything to the city council's authority currently in place.
Okay. So then what's the difference between this paragraph 4 and everything that's done again? So final agreement again, so then final agreement is a staff agreement. And we
the
still
term-
maintain our authority as a city council to make
I don't,
changes.
there's no final agreement term in here. This is, paragraph 4 states, at the zoning administrator's sole discretion, a conditional use is conditioned on the owner
Okay.
entering into an agreement with the city concerning the required
Okay.
regulations and performance standards.
So this is an internal
So-
staff
Yes,
paragraph.
that's-
It's for internal staff. It's not for, it doesn't pertain to city council.
Yes, this is, staff is authorized to prepare, negotiate, and have the city, and to execute when we get there, such agreements. So this is just authorizing staff it's authorizing the zoning administrator to determine whether a development agreement is needed, and then it allows city staff to prepare and negotiate that. The
Okay.
have city execute is after you approve, someone has to execute, and that would be, in this case, the zoning administrator.
And
If you want to, no, go ahead, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
And how does that affect the plan commission as well? Does it reduce
The pla-
anything that's the
No,
authority
the plan
afforded
commission
to them?
doesn't hear, the plan commission does not decide development agreements, they decide zoning.
Right.
So
But still
this
zoning is
doesn't-
typically part of a project when it comes forward.
Yes, this does not change zoning.
Okay, so
They
it
still
doesn't-
have to get the conditional use.
So it doesn't reduce the authority of the plan commission on their charge duties, and it doesn't reduce any level of authority to aldermanic charge duties?
No.
Okay, all right. I think finally got that question answered.
Alderwoman Bate.
So currently with all the other businesses, is this line included or it's specific to data centers and data warehouses?
No, it's broader than that. It applies to all special use or conditional use, sorry.
Going forward with any kind of business?
Yes, that's, the way we set it up was that it would be to the zoning administrator's discretion, because as we were discussing it, we didn't want to limit it just to commercial, because your small mom and pop shop probably doesn't need a development agreement. We didn't want to limit it just to didn't want to just exclude residential, because frankly, some of your larger apartment complexes and stuff or subdivisions would need a development agreement. So in order to, we left it to the discretion of the zoning administrator, just because it's a little bit of, rather than trying to categorize when we need a development agreement, it's not something easily categorized. It's a certain size, certain property owner, certain type of development that will need it, and it's a little bit of a little bit of determining when it's required, then we can move forward with it. For your single-family residential, it's not needed, and
So
it's not gonna
before we
proceed.
added this, how was it working? This was amended to the document,
Yes.
right? Before we added this to this document, how were we working with all the other businesses or any development?
We did development agreements, not at all, very rarely.
No, I mean, for zoning, or when we did the zoning, we didn't really do it unless it was economic development agreement, but for zoning, we really did not do that.
Okay.
That's not. Yeah, we have done them for public improvements. It's the same thing as staff will bring forward a roadway agreement, it's the same thing as staff would bring forward an annexation agreement. And we do that all the time when we have those agreements come forward.
So
This is
currently,
just another tool.
Currently, we are discussing data warehouses and warehouses, and we are having an amendment for all the zonings for every business or any development in future.
So the reason we did it is initially we had this set up so it just applied to data centers, but with our discussion internally, we thought this really applies more generally because the city doesn't use development agreements, and frankly, I was a little shocked to find that out. I've never heard of a community of this size not using development agreements. I consulted with some of the prior council and outside council, and they just said it was just a pattern and practice here that they didn't use development agreements, but agreed with me that was a good idea. So in order to give staff the authority to move forward with it, we wanted to make sure it was real clear in the zoning ordinance that staff could negotiate these things. Frankly, I think there's an argument to be made that staff could negotiate with them, for them anyways, but I think that this just clarifies that staff can decide this, staff has the power to negotiate, and it allows us to get these development agreements as needed.
So should it include that all type of developments? What I'm trying to get to is, we are discussing data warehouses, and we are including everything in this particular as a rule going
Yes,
forward.
This is
should
an
be
amendment to section 49-104.3, which is the conditional use section of the zoning ordinance, and it applies to all conditional uses. Yes.
still not clear.
No, we don't use them. Only when there's economic.
What I'm trying to suggest is if it is for conditional use for every type of project coming forward, it should be part of something else, not this particular document, because this is specified for warehouses and data centers. So I think this is broader than
Chapter 49 is just zoning.
zoning.
So warehouses is underneath that lower.
Yes.
But excuse me. I was just explaining. Chapter 49 is just titled zoning. The purview of Ms. Vasic. And so underneath that, data centers are underneath that in a certain section 104 or whatever. But in other areas, zoning applies to everything. Applies to residential, commercial, everything. So this is in a section that is going to apply to everything.
It only conditional uses.
Well, conditional uses.
And do you have any idea of how these will be coming to you? Or when you might use them, so you can expand on how you might see a need for these outside of data centers, just to clarify?
I mean, if there is anything that we would do, maybe it would be for anything like a health concern or anything other than that we can think of that we would maybe want to see in an agreement, but it really wouldn't fall under the zoning of it, if that makes sense. So it could be annual, it could be that we're asking them for annual data or something to that extent.
And if Alderman had a concern and they brought it to you, how would you handle that?
We would work through it.
Okay. Any other questions on agenda item 260112?
Yes, Mayor. I have one more question.
Oh, go ahead, Alderman
Yes.
Masiacos.
Of course, I have my architect cap on with this one. So, Mr. Curley, page 11, on-site renewable energy and resilience requirement. Looking at the amount of energy required to run these systems, let alone kickstart some of these systems when some are already on, and the big draw that they have. Where did we find this 25% requirement or battery backup? And is that 25% enough? Do we have an idea that this legislation here is doable? On-site resilience and also on-site clean energy? I mean, it's not that I don't like the idea, but is it doable? Is it realistic? And do we have data or an example that this is doable?
Well, Allison was involved in creating those items, and as we added last time, there's an important additional passage for alternative compliance, which is the second item, or one of the items you mentioned earlier. But I'll let Allison talk about how we arrived at the percentages, the goals of the section, and also that alternative compliance section.
Yes, thank you. So to the answer to your question, yes, these numbers are feasible, but we did put in there flexibility where they can either decide between renewables or having that battery storage. And if they cannot meet those two things on site, then they can figure out an alternative compliance path. To your question about is it enough? I think we could probably ask for more, but 25% on the renewable side and 50% for the batteries seem to be a good compromise. The state of Illinois in the Power Act is looking at asking them for 100% renewables, but they also are saying that if that's not feasible, they can come up with alternative ways to meet that goal as well. So, I mean, it's up to you if you want to make that more stringent, but that was the number that we at least knew was feasible. It's still difficult to do. I would say if they want to do it on site, you saw how much land we have. If they're going to bring renewables on site, that's going to take acres and acres and acres of solar as an example, if that's the renewable energy that they have.
Okay, so it's doable, but doable in what way? It's a very general statement because renewable, so say if you're doing solar panels, how much more area would they need in order to, for example, you want geothermal. If I'm building a house on a small little lot and I don't have enough extra space behind for geothermal, yeah, it's doable, but not on this lot, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. So what does it mean by it's doable? What type of source do we have? What type of data do you have? It's doable. What are the matrix that are around it? That's what I'm trying to get at. How do we know it's doable? Because that's a very broad, general term, doable, right now. And even to consider to go even higher when I don't even understand how 25% is achieved, it's a little optimistic for me to think about considering.
Let me put it to you this way. There are plenty of examples of large hyperscale data centers that are meeting this or exceeding this, that are meeting 100% with renewable energy right now. Most of them that I'm talking about are doing that on site. There's various ways that you can do it, and I think it will be up to the discretion of our zoning commission and you all, whether the proposed data centers that come in meet those requirements. And then I would just also say that's why we put the feasibility in there as well, as a different alternative. And that can be met with a number of different ways. They can buy renewable energy credits. There's a lot of different ways to do that. So,
all right. Would you agree that not every site is capable of providing that 25%?
Yes.
Okay. So it's doable, but not at every site. It depends on the site. It depends on how much open land there is around it as well and part of the development package.
Yes, and it also
Okay,
depends on
all
what
right.
type of renewable energy they
Okay.
choose.
All right, so that's why you have the feasibility alternative compliance, because some are not going to work with a business model that petitioner may come forward. So it's not just a basic, yes, it can do it. It can't do it for every property. Okay, and I mean, it's not going to slow me down in regards to moving forward with this type of legislation, but I would love to know an example or two that you researched and show me what that is. I believe we're trying to work on a schedule to meet next week. So if you can bring that to the meeting,
Yes.
we'd be really appreciative.
Yes, I thought we had it scheduled for in a month, but if you'd like to meet sooner, we can do that.
next month,
Mhm.
April 2nd. It's
Mm.
next week.
I had it on April 30th on my calendar.
Oh. I was allowed to, I got to talk to
Anyway,
Mr.
nobody
Jacobs.
else
All right,
needs
we'll
to know
work it
that.
out. We'll work it out in a schedule as far as when the two of you will meet, and it's understood that we can bring some examples to the meeting about sustainability goals in the city of
Absolutely.
Aurora.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, Alderman Masiacos?
No, that was it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions or discussion?
Mayor Lash.
260112.
Mayor Lash.
Alderman Barrero.
I wanted to piggyback on Alderman Masiacos. So we're talking about a lot of different things to regulate data centers, decibels, distance, all these things. This is another one, right? This percentage of on-site energy and trying to get these credits is not a sure thing. There's a lot of data centers that are applying right now to get these, so they may not get it. So this is another barrier. So what I'm saying is the number of data centers that might come to Aurora might be 0, because this is another example of something that may not be achievable. And so I just want people to know that this is not going to be an easy thing. All these different things combined is going to make it more and more difficult. So I think it is stringent when you break it apart and when you do a deep dive into what is it you're talking about here.
The real question, though, if you look at it, in the state of Illinois, they have to double their power production to meet the need of data centers. What we're doing is leading the way of what every municipality and every county should be doing and the state of Illinois should be doing, because when all that energy comes online, it's going to be catastrophic for the climate crisis. It's going to be expensive, and already they're starting to pass the cost onto every other energy user and ratepayer in the state of Illinois. So at a minimum, we're trying to set a standard and some guardrails. And what I would say it's doing is screening. It's screening those that want to abide and comply by the rules. We have limited amount of land. We shouldn't take just anybody. We should raise the bar and set the standard, and then encourage others to take those standards. That's the message I'm going to take out there to the other COGs, because they're all facing the same thing. Not all of them are taking our approach, but they need to be. I mean, if we're facing brownouts by 2029, then this is a statewide / PJM problem that isn't going to be fixed overnight. But at a minimum, I think it takes a step in the right direction and starts to set the standard. And just for awareness, we have had discussions with data centers that want to come in under the new ordinance, and they're looking at a combination of what they can do to hit that 25%. Some of it's going to require off-site. They're aware of it. We're aware of it. But that's the flexibility point that we've put in there. But the real problem that exists in the state and everywhere else in the country is energy 100%. And we're probably, as a city, going to have to do a lot more to address that concern, I think.
Mayor Lash, I'm not saying that we don't need to protect the environment and our communities. What I'm saying is that everything in the ordinance is making it tough.
Making it harder. Yep.
Yeah, that's my point.
I agree with you. Alderman White. Anybody else? Questions? 260112. Alderwoman Bate.
So, since we were still discussing this, and again, Chapter 49, the legislation text for this ordinance is an ordinance amending Chapter 49 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora, by modifying Section 49-103.3 definitions and 49-104-.3 conditional uses and structures with regards to data center
What page are you on?
facilities. I'm reading the ordinance. And the ordinance itself says this ordinance, which is 26-0112, is related to data center facilities. And inside, we are adding a line which will be applicable to all the future developments under conditional use. That is what is inconsistent. Either this needs to be changed or that. Does that make sense? I mean, so the title says data center facilities, and you're changing a chapter including all the facilities under conditional use that are going to come to City of Aurora for development?
It states the section, it was adequately noticed. It states the section, the 104.3, and the Exhibit A outlines, redlines the changes. I think that's adequate notice. To the extent that you want to amend it, that's up to you.
So amend the ordinance to include data center and all the facilities or all the businesses in future?
No, I'm just saying that, I'm not sure what your question is. If your question is was this adequately noticed? I think it was adequately noticed. If you're moving to amend, I think you need to be a little more specific about what you wish to amend.
So what I'm trying to say here is the ordinance title as well as the chapter amendment, section 49-104, they don't seem to be consistent. Just because this main ordinance says it is pertaining only data centers, but the content says it is including everything with conditional use. So
I understand what you're saying. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm trying to think of a polite way of saying
She's
this.
trying to fix a problem that exists. We're using this opportunity to fix a problem that exists, that
Yes.
we have not used. We have not used development agreements attached to zoning in the past. So while we're doing this, to clarify.
That's
Go ahead.
not what she's talking about. This is a title of an agenda item. It is not part of the ordinance. It does not say this wording in the ordinance.
I see what you're
So Alderwoman Bade had some questions about the title. The title is not a part of the ordinance. We're not voting on this title. This is just an agenda item title for our purposes from the clerk and to the city council. So, as we had a discussion, maybe this could have said at the end, because she says it pertains to, and we said it pertains to everything, it could have said conditional uses and structures with regards to data center facilities and other facilities. And that tells us that this has to deal with not just data center facilities, the conditional uses, it also pertains to the other facilities. But this is just a title, and it has nothing to do with what is in the ordinance. So that's where the confusion was, and I mean, I don't think we need to change the title, especially because it's already 10 o'clock, but I'll leave that up to the chair.
And that's what I was trying, I mean, under the OMA, I think that the title, the information that was attached to the packet that, was published, I think that's adequate notice of what this discussion is.
Legislature issue. Legislature mistake.
Any other concerns about the title? Okay. If there's no other questions on 260112, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Well, is there a motion? We need a motion and a second to approve
I
it.
thought we had a motion.
We don't.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Is there a motion on agenda item 260112? Motion made by Alderman Larson.
Second.
Second by Alderman Franco. Thanks for catching me on that. Ask clerk to please call the roll.
Ferrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Fogg?
Yes.
Bade?
No.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Motion carries. Agenda item 260112 is adopted. Next, I'll ask the clerk to reread agenda item 260092.
260092, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora by adding Chapter 50, Aurora Responsible Data Center Ordinance, and Chapter 51, Data Center Privacy Protection Ordinance pertaining to performance standards and operational reporting requirements for data centers.
Is there a motion to approve 260092? A motion was made by Alderman Franco, second by Alderwoman Garza. Discussion on agenda item 260092. Alderwoman Bade, I think this is one you wanted to make an amendment on.
Yes.
I'll let you read the amendment.
So my amendment is environmental hazard mitigation study. So air quality should be monitored. Any kind of particles that are emitted or any other poisonous gases emitted during testing of generators and otherwise, some kind of sensor should be placed at the facility so it can be monitored all the time.
Is that your amendment?
Yes.
Second.
So there's a motion made by Alderwoman Bade, seconded by Alderman Larson. Any further discussion on this agenda item?
Question.
Alderman Franco.
How does that deal with the IEPA who does monitoring itself? How would that work? Would one override the other, or how is that?
Thank you. So I was going to have exactly the same question. So my understanding is that, especially if you're talking about generators, those generators already have to meet specific requirements for, their emissions. So, I don't know what we do if we see that they're not functioning correctly. That's something that the IEPA actually administers and monitors.
Okay. So that is already covered.
Yeah, it should be already covered. It's not necessarily an air quality study, but the actual generators themselves are supposed to be rated for those things.
Any other questions or discussions on the motion that Alderwoman Bade is put before the council?
Mr. Mayor, question.
Alderman White.
Yes. So, Mrs. Lindberg, so I understand that the IEPA regulates the generators, but I would assume they meet that standard when they're new. So if they start to degrade, how is that determined?
So I think that the way that that gets determined is there would be some kind of complaint about it. That's basically how they do all of their regulations there. It's not like they go around and monitor every single piece of equipment. I guess I think that it would be fine if we wanted to say, yes, you could put some kind of air quality sensor on this, but in terms of enforcement, because we don't have that standard in our regulations right now, it would be up to the IEPA to actually do the enforcement, if that makes sense. So we could certainly monitor it, but the standard itself is already set at the state. And probably for some of them, it might even be a federal regulation, actually.
Any other questions or discussion? Alderman Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess one follow-up question based on that. Do we know if the IEPA isn't doing continuous monitoring? So would it be possible for us, if we were to implement some sort of continuous monitoring and we find that they're out of compliance after some amount of time, the generator goes bad and it's emitting too many pollutants, then would we be able to file a complaint and get that addressed more quickly than it would otherwise?
That's probably a question for legal, but my understanding would be that if it's at the state, we would have to move at the state's pace. If we had something in our ordinance that, made it more specific that somebody had a right to make a claim because it was a city ordinance, then it could move quicker here potentially. Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion?
Mayor, could you repeat the motion, please?
Alderwoman Bade, there's been a request to repeat the motion.
Okay, just a follow-up question before that. Can I ask Allison?
Do you mind repeating the motion so everybody knows what we're discussing? And
So the motion is to include environmental hazard mitigation study with this ordinance to monitor the air quality, installation of permanent or real-time quality sensors at the property line to monitor any kind of particles that are emitted in the air from generator testing and otherwise generators running.
Okay, and then, so that's the motion. It's to provide continuous air monitoring for the generators.
Yeah.
And then you have a question for
her.
Allison.
So does it hurt in any way to have a sensor at the place? It'll be just an additional thing that we can get a reading from if there is any disaster.
So I don't think there's any harm in it. My one concern about just the way that the amendment was phrased is that the air quality would be at the property line. And just as I believe it was Alderman Nunez had mentioned, there are other particulates that might be contributing to that. And so you wouldn't know specifically that it was coming from the generators. So it might be more pertinent to say that it's on the generators themselves rather than it being at the property line.
Okay.
Can I get, John, do you have a second to come up? And maybe just talk a little bit about how often the generators are used in their testing cycles and how much time the generators are actually on, because these are backup generators.
Yeah, the experience we have with the existing data centers in town is they are exercised up to twice a month for 20 minutes or so at a time. I believe there are some different practices among the different data centers, but they vary slightly from what I just stated. So they're save a power outage where they're running constantly, but the testing themselves, they can control the time frame. It's 20 minutes or so, and it happens once or twice a month, depending on the data center.
Or if there's a power outage and they're unable to get power, they might have it on for a little extended period. And then the third time that they use it, their generators, is if they're changing out a transformer or something, and then there's notification that goes out to the residents.
Right. That would be similar to a power outage. That they can control a little better than a full grid outage, though, and hopefully minimize the amount of affected generators that would be running to replace one transformer, because all of these large facilities have multiple transformers.
Any other questions or discussion on it? I think real quick so they're barely running regularly. In your opinion, do we need continuous monitoring?
I guess the question in my mind is a comparison between what the permitted use of the land would have been aside from a data center. So that's in a zoning way of framing this is a distribution warehouse with the truck traffic that's coming from a distribution warehouse substantially different than what a data center is doing. The data center can run diesel generators all at the same time, and there'd be small periods of time when there's outages where the diesel fumes could be substantially more than what's happening with a distribution warehouse. But you've all seen some of our distribution warehouses, and there's substantially more actual traffic at at distribution warehouses than we're ever going to see at a data center. So comparing those two things, I'm not certain that the constant monitoring makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Bug.
Do you know of any other city, specifically ones we looked at in the state, or comparables across the country would have some type of monitoring with their data center ordinance?
I do not, in that research, I do not recall seeing anyone else that was doing constant monitoring of diesel fumes.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further questions or discussion, I'll ask clerk to please call the roll. We're voting on the BAID generator monitoring amendment.
Barrero,
Pass.
Garza,
Yes.
Masiacos,
No.
Nunez,
No.
Franco,
No.
Seville,
No.
Banuelos,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
Bug,
No.
Spade,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
White,
No.
Barrero,
No.
Okay, this amendment also fails. Any other discussion, questions on agenda item 260092? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to, has there been a motion on?
yes.
There's a motion, a
We have
second.
Franco
You have a
and
question?
I
Sorry.
have a few questions. I would say that this is, I'm going to I appreciate the patience of my colleagues here. A lot of information has been thrown at us, and this is not a really typical pace. It's a fast pace. I don't know if I recommend it moving into the future. We got to figure out another way of doing this too. But I'm glad that Mr. Josh Ream give us a 30-day extension as well to cover our bases, even though we were told that we were okay last week. But my question here is on page 14, under section 51.9, line 16, the paragraph. Is this a Scrivener's error in regards to any tribunal, board, agency, or person? Do we have a tribunal in Aurora? Or
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over.
do we have a tribunal in Aurora, or am I missing something after 14 years? Is that a Scrivener's error?
No, that must be, yes, that must be some kind of error. That is.
Page 14, line item 20.
Is everybody on page 14, line 20?
I know we have Wabansie Lake and Wabansie High School. All right. We can come back to that one.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt to stay in there, because we do get a tribunal. We do. Just a matter.
No, that's, there's no reason to take it out. So let me explain. Yeah, but let me explain what it means first before we decide to take it out. So this is pretty standard language. So this is, what it just says is that nothing in this ordinance, sorry, I want to make sure I'm reading the oh, here we are, okay. That nothing in this ordinance shall be construed to impact the administrative, I'm sorry, it's after 10. Nothing in this ordinance shall be construed to impact the admission or discovery of biometric identifiers and biometric information in any kind of court or before any tribunal, board, agency, or person. That's not referring to our court, tribunal, board, agency, or person. It's referring to other entities who may be involved in litigation or something. And this, we want to state that this ordinance is not, should not be construed to impact a party's rights before another court or tribunal. And some states and military courts and stuff use that term, and that's why it's listed here as you know, that it should not in any way impact any court, tribunal, board, agency, or person.
All right, so we took it from another state legislative piece, okay.
Okay.
Page 11, line item 13. This is where the finance thoughts come in. The city may recover costs associated with enforcement if the entity is found in violation of this ordinance. What would be anticipated costs? Well, could you just clarify real quick what those could be?
If I remember correctly.
Man hours, I should say, more importantly.
Yeah, I think that it actually, does it clarify in there what it can be? If I remember correctly, it says something like it can be including but not limited to, and then it specifies a couple of things.
It's that portion of the ordinance talking about enforcement includes both legal, it gives the, that the city has the authority to enforce the ordinance through Corporation Council, or a designated enforcement officer, and the city may investigate suspected violations. And so both, you know, to the extent that we use counsel, outside counsel to do this, or an investigator, we may need, we may need a specialist to investigate or prosecute this, and this would allow us to recoup our costs.
Would it require to hire somebody to work on city staff?
You mean that city staff?
Can I
hours?
anticipate the possibility of Ms. Lindberg coming to the budget talks and saying, I need another person to help with enforcement? That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
if
to
it
get
was, if the, to the extent that it could be itemized for a specific violation, then yes, it could be. Staff time can always be recouped if it's itemized and coded properly, so we can identify what it is. Yes.
Is this something that maybe our property standards could be involved with? Or some of our existing inspectors?
I would refer that to Mr. Curley. I don't know. I mean, yes, they could. I don't know that they have the
I
expertise.
just would be concerned if we're starting to grow government to
So,
do some, because this looks like it's not everyday stuff.
so
that
you're
you'd be
talking
looking for
about section
enforcement.
51, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the way that is written is that currently they will be providing an annual certificate of compliance that says that they're doing all of this. The only time that we would need any staff time is if they're not providing that certificate. And then we would need to, as Jordana was saying, probably do some kind of investigation, which, at first is going to be phone calls and that sort of thing. But, hopefully we don't have to do that.
Because you do have in here about Energy Star. They
That's
have
in
to-
chapter 50.
Right, but they have to provide data. I mean, can we go on their property and inspect, or how, can we will
So-
we be able to go into their building and check paperwork? I mean, what is it exactly we're doing here?
So chapter 50 is different, and if I remember correctly, chapter 50 does not say anything about recouping money if they do not comply with that. Instead, it has fines if they do not comply with the reporting requirements. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page with that. And then in terms of if they're not in compliance with, providing us that information through Energy Star Portfolio Manager, then we do have the fines put in there. And that's how we do that.
Okay. So we're going to be looking for things, and one of the things here that it talks about, and there's two things I'm going to mention together, so you understand where I wanted maybe some more clarification. On page 5, line item 11, it says that the full ramifications of biometric technology are not fully known. And then there's also on page 4, line item 18, it says, or 17 and 18, major national, this is for the state of Illinois. The major corporations have selected the city of Chicago and other locations in this state as pilot testing sites for new applications of biometric facilitated financial transactions, including et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, if the state of Illinois is trying to figure out what's going on, their intent is to gather information, they have test sites, the ramifications of biometric technology are not fully known. What happens when we start, and how do we approach this in terms of enforcement? What are we enforcing? What are we trying to gather and get? I mean, is this where we go above and beyond the state of Illinois when it comes to BIPA requirements?
No, I can answer that.
Does that make sense?
So, yeah, so the BIPA requirements mirror the state of Illinois, okay? The only part that we are requiring is this report, okay? So essentially, or the certification, sorry, that's the right word. So the certification that they are complying with all of the state of Illinois and the requirements that the city would adopt by adopting this ordinance.
Your mic is off.
Sorry, my mic is on and then I can't look at anyone. That's okay. So
I don't know that it's working.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is not my fault. Okay. But all
it's
right.
10:23.
So they're telling us we're done with our meeting, which fair. Do we want to wait for Alderman Seville before I answer this question? Because I assume he's disappeared too.
Alderman Seville, are you still with us?
No.
Still with you.
Oh, yay! Okay. So happy to hear that. Okay, so I was explaining, and I apologize that the microphone went out. What the Chapter 51 does is it mirrors the state's BIPA language, okay? It is, if not quite identical, we had to change some things that referred to different state agencies to refer to the city of Aurora, but it mirrors it pretty consistently. The issue that you were asking about what are we enforcing, what we are requiring of data centers is this certificate that they are complying with BIPA. What the enforcement section is if they don't file the certificate, we have an enforcement mechanism to make them file the certificate. That's what that is, okay? And to the extent that we have to pursue some sort of legal remedy to get them to file their certificate, which frankly, I find it shouldn't be necessary. It's just a certificate saying that they comply with the law. But to the extent that we do, we can recoup costs. That's what that whole section's for.
Okay, so we're probably not looking for an additional person in the Economic Development or Sustainability Department at this point? Okay,
not for
so
51.
that's the direct answer. No, we're not. We're just looking for a certificate. If the certificate's not provided, we're going to send John Curley to go out there and start looking around. Is that it?
I thought it sent you. I mean, I think you can
No, then
pretty
I'd be
intimidating.
violating that email that just came out yesterday if I did that, and then I'd be another kind of heaps of trouble.
Mayor Lash.
Thank you,
Alderman
Mayor.
Barrero?
Again, I'd like to piggyback on Masiakos' question. My question has to do with the data that's being stored. And we're only talking about data being stored on site. So let's say there's a data center and they have other affiliates and they're connected with other sites. We're just talking about this particular site in the city, not
Yes.
if they're affiliated with somewhere else and the data in that other building.
Yes. Is this on? Oh, sorry. Yes, only within Aurora city limits, correct.
So whatever's in that data
Yes.
center.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on 260092? Okay, hearing none, we do have a motion and a second. I'll ask clerk to please call the roll.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Banuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Fade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
This motion is adopted. I'll ask the clerk to please read the next agenda item, 260114.
260114, an ordinance amending Chapter 49 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora by modifying Section 49-103.3 definitions and Section 49-108.10 ORI Office Research and Light Industry District regarding warehouses and Section 49-108.10 ORI Office Research and Light Industry District, Section 49-109.2 M1 Manufacturing District Limited, and Section 49-109.3 M2 Manufacturing District General regarding performance standards.
Is there a motion, motion made by Alderwoman Smith,
Second.
second by Alderwoman Garza. Discussion on agenda item 260114. Any questions? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Banuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug? Fade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Agenda item 260114 is adopted. I'll ask clerk to please read the last agenda item on unfinished business.
260115, an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Article 2, Building Code of Ordinances, City of Aurora by modifying Section 12-17.1, additions, insertions, deletions, and changes.
Is there a motion to adopt this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Garza, second by Alderman Franco. Are there any questions or discussions regarding this ordinance?
Mayor Lash.
Alderman Barrero?
Yes, I would like to take up the issue brought up by the gentleman representing CME. I don't know if this is the particular area, but he had a concern regarding testing on and not being allowed to test on the weekend. And he explained his case about having an enclosed situation where it's not emitting sound. Can we address that particular request?
So, I think they turned them louder too. So I know that CME has been in contact with my office, me personally, several times in the last 36 hours, I guess, at this point. And I've discussed it with their, right before this meeting, I discussed it with their in-house counsel, okay? We've agreed to continue discussions after this, after this meeting, regardless of what city council passed. I think that we need some more information about how they call them barns that they keep these generators in. And I think we need some more information about how well these dampers work. I understand that the concept is that because the generators are in barns and there's some muffling around the generators, that it creates less noise. I don't know to what extent. There hasn't been any sound testing on it. And so I think that before we carve out exceptions for them, we wanted to get a little more information on it. So we'll continue conversations with them. I've agreed that we would work with them on enforcement issues in the meantime to make sure that we were that we can be responsive to them, but also, we want to stay to the heart of the ordinance. So they're an existing facility, and to the extent that we can get some more information about how these barns work and how they damper sound, and to the extent that we can, I don't know what those numbers are. So if they may fall under the decibel, I don't know. So there's too many unknowns to kind of come forward with it. But what I'm hoping is that we can reach some sort of agreement that then would be brought before you as like, this is how we're going to handle this specific building because of its location, because of its unique barn structure, et cetera. And that is something that I was informed that they have this unique circumstances yesterday. So
what would be the path forward then for them to, apply for a hardship, or, what does that look like?
Well, right now, what I've agreed with their council is that we would hold off enforcement with them for a set period of time, which has not been agreed upon, but I proposed 6 months, so that we could allow them to do what testing we need to determine whether or not we can reach an agreement. They are doing some improvements to their to the building. I don't want to go into too much detail here, but there may be some room to for less water usage and less power usage, which would come. The existing data centers, by virtue of the fact that they are grandfathered into our, they're not subject to a lot of the new changes we just made, so they don't have to, they don't have to come up to all these new standards immediately. And so, to the extent that they are willing to, voluntarily do that, I think that's a plus for the city. And would be consistent with our sustainability goals. So that's all something that's evolving quickly here, because this has just been in the last 36 hours. But what I've agreed right now is that we'll continue discussions and eventually have an agreement for the city council to consider and determine whether or not that is something that you want to proceed with.
So the short answer is we're not going to enforce in the short term. She has exchanged emails with their corporate counsel and then work out a solution, because they have a pretty unique generator setup where they need to test their 6 or 8 at a time in a barn, which has not been creating problems for the residents. In fact, one public commenter did mention that when they test theirs, they hardly notice. So I don't think that non-enforcement on that will be an issue. We didn't want to hold up the rest of this while we iron out their specific situation. Is that good for Alderman Barrero?
Yes, so, you know, they are in Ward 10, so I guess they'll be contacting Alderman.
This is also the first data center that's been there since 2010, 2011.
Purchased at 20.
And I don't think
206.
they've had problems with this data center.
Barns are the answers.
Alderman, are you any further questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond because we did have someone speak and did not get an answer, so.
We've been taking calls all day.
Okay, well, thank you.
Alderman Masiacos.
So this is not, if I may ask a question of Alderman Barrero. So this is not, your question doesn't have to, doesn't relate to the resolution before us at this point, 26-0115.
No, correct. I think I missed it. I think it was under 0092.
Okay, all right, okay. So point of clarification as well with regard with what we're going to vote on right now, Mayor, if I can, from Mr. John Curley. This is a 2024 amendment, 24 IBC code, IBC amendment. So anything already been built before now is not affected by anything we're going to vote on at this point by, I think I know the answer, but just for the record, by Exhibit A.
Yeah, so the testing is pointing to modeling before permit and the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So anything that's already garnered a certificate of occupancy, neither of those two would apply to. But the testing itself, I do have the ability to insist on the testing for even facilities that predated this ordinance because it's in the building ordinance. The difference, though, is the standard by which I'm measuring it happens to be the older ordinance with just for sound with just the Illinois Pollution Control Board Act. But it gives me the ability to insist on a test with a consultant of our choosing at their cost before we issue a certificate of occupancy.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions or discussions on agenda item 260115? Alderwoman Smith?
I just want to piggyback off of Alderman Barrero's, as I had also had a lot of conversation today with CME and our corporate counsel before we came in today, and she told me the same thing that she just explained to everybody here, so I feel confident that we're going to be able to work with CME and get to an agreement with them that may look a little bit different once we spend some time with them, getting to know them a little bit better.
Any other questions or discussion on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on 260115. We do have a motion and a second, correct?
We do. Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Bade?
No.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Motion carries. This ordinance is adopted. New business. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to consider items under new business? A motion was
Second.
made by Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderman Franco. Will the clerk please call the roll? It's not over.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes. Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Bade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. I'll ask the clerk to please read the first agenda item under new business.
260189, a resolution authorizing the divestment and sale of city-owned property located at 574 East Galena Boulevard.
So moved.
Motion was made by Alderman Franco, second by Alderwoman Smith. Are there any questions? Alderman Masiacos.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Is our city treasurer here? I want to ask her a question. Where is this, with the money that's being collected for the sale of these properties, where are we going to park it? Which fund is it going into?
I don't believe
Assistant Corporation Counsel Patrick Collins, I can answer that question. Some of the money goes into the general fund, some of the money goes back to the individual departments that spent the money in order to get these properties ready for sale, such as the survey, it was either MOED or planning and zoning. And then some of them had appraisals on them as well. The money goes back to those areas. It also pays for the realtor to get them on the MLS. And there's 3 of these on the agenda this evening. Some of them will include, the one 801 claim is being pulled off the agenda. So there was some real estate fees charged to that because that was marketed by
Okay.
Dolan and Murphy.
Okay, but how much are we going to put in the fund approximately, do you think? I'm not going to hold you to it, but,
I would have to crunch the actual numbers on it. I would say 80% of the money that we get on each sale
Okay.
will go into the general
All right.
fund.
in regards to the realtor, there's a realtor selling it for that representing us?
With Dolan and Murphy on some of the properties, yes. On this property, no. We are working with the realtor in order to get the property on the MLS so we can have it advertised. That's how we've been able to see a lot of traction on, hence the 4 properties that are before us today. But it is a low flat fee. There's no percentage. And we're not paying percentage to any buyer as well.
Is there a reason we're using someone from Oswego?
He gave us the best price. We reached out to 3 different realtors. We had worked with, some of them were from Dolan, some of them were from, either we had then, I think 2 of them were from MOED that we had used in the past. This was the one who was giving us the lowest fee.
Okay, so we've used this realtor before?
Yes.
Okay,
On
all right.
any of the properties that we bought through the divestment before have all
Okay,
been.
all right. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add that Patrick has suggested that other proceeds should support the law department's budget because
For bonuses,
they're doing
yes,
all the
that's
work.
correct.
Oh, we did, there was an.
But that
It was an
that has
offer,
not
just
been
put it out there.
approved.
Yeah.
Well, because I would say that we do have a vast array of Aurora realtors. I know there's a handful of people from the city council that were one recently as well. We have one here on city council. No offense, but you can't get involved. But I mean, we were at the Hispanic Women's Power dinner not too long ago. So, but anyway, I just wanted to know if we're going to move forward with the policy and how we can get more realtors here from Aurora as well. Maybe figure out how. But that's something that should go to committee, so you can have an idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other questions on this agenda item?
So the final price and this one, Patrick,
Alderwoman
is
Garza?
26,500?
That's correct.
So we're gonna get how much?
26,500 minus the approximately 80% or more of that. I don't have the exact number on the closing price of whether there's any additional costs for closing fees or any of the other one, but that would be, it's an all-cash offer. With some of the new real estate rules, we'll see how those go through, but some court cases will,
Okay.
but that's,
They didn't give you intentions, what they want to do there? They want to do a house?
no, they will be building a single-family home on this property. This was Benesh Builders, LLC out of Elburn. Spoken with Property Standards. They have had no issues with them before on any of their building problems or anything else before.
Okay, great.
Alderman Bug?
Yeah, very quickly. I know you are the messenger.
Yeah.
Normally, when these came out of economic development, Mr. Debo or someone else, we always insisted that there be a map. I guess they didn't put one in on these, just for the future.
Forgive me for these 3, but I can get those on future ones.
Okay.
We have,
yeah, like I said, you're the messenger.
Yeah. Well-
Economic development has that stuff at their fingertips, so.
Are you asking for a map of where the property is?
Yes, normally we have that, and so we don't have to go back and search.
I'll fall on the sword. It's my
Which I
fault.
did.
We do have some stuff through planning and zoning that we've also listed that are on the MLS, which kind of shows a smaller general map of the area, a little bit bigger, as well as any of the marketing stuff that we have done. I can include those going forward.
They are all on our website as well, so you can go click there. Thanks. Any other questions or discussions on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes, we had a motion, right?
Yep.
Motion.
Motion was made by
Alderman
Alderman Franco and seconded by Alderwoman Smith.
Thank you.
Was that a yes?
Yes, it's a yes. It's also tough.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes, please.
Bug?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
This motion carries. The resolution is adopted. I'll ask clerk to please read the next item under unfinished business.
260190, a resolution authorizing the divestment and sale of city-owned property located at 773 Aurora Avenue.
So moved.
Is there a motion to
Second.
approve this resolution? A motion was made by Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderwoman Garza. Are there any questions or discussions regarding this resolution?
Yes.
Alderman Barrero?
A quick question, is this lot buildable?
Yes.
Can something,
Yep.
okay.
They're all buildable. We're only marketing ones that are buildable lots. This is another, a builder developer. We've checked with property standards. There's no issues with them. They will be building a single-family home on this lot.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussions items? Hearing none, I'll ask clerk to please call the roll.
Ferrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Spade? Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. This resolution is approved. I'll ask clerk to please read the next agenda item under unfinished business, or new business.
260191, a resolution authorizing the divestment and sale of city-owned property located at 1127 Talma Street.
Second.
Second?
Third.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Resolution was made by Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderman Franco. Are there any questions or discussions regarding this resolution? There being none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Barrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bug?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12
Mo-
yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. This resolution is adopted. I'll ask clerk to please read the final item under new business.
260192, a resolution authorizing the divestment and sale of city-owned property located at 801 Claim Street.
Hold on here. Assistant Corporation Counsel Pastor Collins, we're asking for this item to be pulled. There's been some other offers, and one of the previous city offer sales we've had fell through, and we have a new buyer on this one and a new buyer for the other one, so we're asking for this agenda item to be pulled, and we'll bring it back to you with better offers, including maps.
We'll remove agenda item 260192 from new business and bring it back with a higher price tag and maps. Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Okay, no other items under new business. There's no reports. Bills, agenda item 260188, bills, large and bill list. Is there a motion to approve and pay the bills as presented?
So moved.
Alderwoman Smith, second by Alderwoman Garza. Are there any questions or discussion items on the bills? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ferrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
Yes.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith? Bug?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
12 yes, 0 no.
Motion carries. The bills will be paid. We are in need of a closed session pursuant to the following section of the Open Meetings Act, Section 2C11, to discuss pending litigation. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session and therefore adjourn the city council meeting with no further action or public business to take place for the purpose of this meeting? Motion was made by Alderwoman Garza.
Second.
Second by Alderman Larson. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ferrero?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Masiacos?
Masiacos, yes.
Nunez?
Yes.
Franco?
No.
Seville?
Yes.
Benuelos?
Yes.
Smith? Yes. Bug?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
Motion carries at 10:47 p.m. The clerk, the council will move into closed session as soon as the public leaves. If you're not here as supporting city staff or an elected official, ask everybody to leave so we can enter into closed session.